Welcome back to Workers and Resources. No, I have not started again, but I'm still gonna keep the restart in the stream title for this stream. Not in the VOD though, just so people realize we're not on this old run anymore. Almost daily here now, I should pay a subscription. Well, I don't take any money, so tough luck. Sorry about that. We're back in Workers and Resources, trying to build up our first settlement on the Moscow map again in an 1880 start. An auxiliary settlement to start the main settlement in this map, which is supposed to head to the center and be created here, including the river and, well, all of the surrounding area pretty much. Our first attempt at this map failed, because I underestimated the ability of... well, I overestimated the ability of the horse carriages to bring workers to the center in any way, and the ability of me to make money to sustain a continuous growth as we get to the center of the map. So the one city rule for early start has to be broken, and we need an auxiliary settlement to actually maintain growth towards the center of the map. Basically, we need a ton of our own workers to do the construction, because groundworks work is expensive. Really expensive. Very few workers here right now. Kind of worrying. Maybe I need more horse carriages on this route. I thought I had enough workers carrying carrying horse carriages between the construction offices and the vehicles doing the short route here. Seems like that might not be the case. Okay, all the material for the groundwork of this residential building is already here as well. Making good progress on the footpaths. Good to see. Still a bunch of them not done, but at least we're building inwards and getting connection to multiple more houses too that we can build up. But yeah, we need more workers here to build everything up for us. One worker here is fine, thank you. Getting planned, one worker. It's not assigned yet, but we can assign it now. Gotta do the groundwork, and for that I guess we do need more workers than one worker. Or we can worry about that later. And I was sending workers over here to build in this area. I don't know if that has worked. I don't think it has. I don't think it worked. Gotta keep, like, pay attention to that, I guess. Pick up a couple workers and transport them to the sewage discharge, please. It should be possible. It's not that far. And we have an intermediate bus stop. "15 minutes to get out of the bus stop. 45 minutes to get past the hospital. If we get here within 12 hours, maybe this section is too long. Maybe I misplaced the bus stop a bit. We'll drop another one in, I guess. Oh no, this one is the target, never mind. Yeah, that should work. I think. Okay, one worker here, it's fine. This one is still doing groundworks. More people, please. Trying to squeeze blood from a stone. Alright, timer has reset. 12 hours again. This stop. Winter might be a bit harsh. But hopefully it still has enough time. It should. Hopefully. The construction site itself also accepts workers, right? Yeah, full 50. We'll put it on high priority, so as soon as the groundwork is done, they'll start ferrying over the resources over here. And let me know when it's done so I can stop the bus route afterwards. Yeah, we got time. We got plenty of time. Hello Dentrasi, welcome back. No problem. Unless we run out of grain during that trip, but shouldn't happen. Like if it now suddenly decides to turn around to get fuel, that would be a problem. But it can do that on the return trip. That is fair. Excellent. Okay, so that will build. Good. Looks like the aggregate storage for coal for the heating plant is almost done. I think a distribution office should be enough to supply that. I'm not gonna think otherwise right now, so we'll provide it one. Building up a pool of workers again, very good. Send a ton of them over here for now. Get the groundwork for the indoor pool built. We can also do that to the residential building if we want to. If we have access to the footpath, that is. Okay, I think we'll drop it back down to one worker. It will need another boost, but no, we just wait. Is there any construction vehicle idling right now? Yes, the open carriages are idling and the dumper carriages are idling, so I guess we caught up with all groundworks that we can get currently. Maybe the footpaths are currently the ones that are like struggling, I guess. But we're working on those slowly. Anything else? I mean, once this groundwork is done, the open hull carriages are going to start operating again, I guess. Alright, that should do it. Yeah, well, we're reaching more buildings, that's fine. More work to be done. Shopping center is up. We need, like, barely any clothing in here. 3 tons. 1.5 tons is probably fine, what a horse carriage can carry. Horse carriage carries 1 ton, so that's fine. Whenever it drops below 30%, it's gonna get a full delivery, I guess. And the food is just, well, tons of food, I guess. That meat storage got increased, didn't it? 2.5 tons is more than normal. Does that mean we don't need the existing meat storage anymore for these? I mean, I still like the idea of having my central point of access for resources in this location, I guess. Seems rather convenient. But yeah, these can wait. Don't need to build those up right now. Once people move in, they can build that up, I guess. Once we have power, we can bring supplies here too. Waste management will start once our own people start moving in. Not yet. Heating plant groundworks can start. Nope. Not quite in range, I guess. No, it should be in range. It's already assigned, I guess. Yeah. Just throw a bunch of workers at this, please. Two times 73 is going to be enough to build it up, I guess. Then the open hull carriages can start working again, which I guess they're doing now because one other groundwork also got finished. I think this year is going to be the year we move people in, and hopefully then we can start working on the industries and get some money made. First food, then alcohol, then meat, then hazardous waste. Meat production and clothing will happen later. Clothing probably fairly soon, because it's kind of like expensive. But we don't import clothing that often. Would like to reduce the food imports. But it kind of needs a train for that. Should be quick and easy to throw one down though. Well, I say that. Depot, vehicle repairs. A small train will be necessary. Don't think we're gonna have any long trains planned this time. Once MegaCity 19 is up, then we need long trains, but not before that, I don't think. Almost done with the groundwork. We're very low on workers again. Can't wait to have people move in. The other benefit of doing it this way is that no foreign workers working in any other building. At some point we can assign the heating plant to have it like preheat the settlement should we want to move people in during winter. But no other buildings getting foreign workers right now, except for construction. Building groundwork is going to take a while, but yeah. And we could have people move in here. I want to at least have the groundworks of the school ready. University is not as important, but we do want to start university up fairly quickly. I would like most of the people having a higher education here for the same reason that we did want to have that in the previous run. The more people we have with a higher education, the more likely it is for someone with a higher education to get imprisoned for a crime, and the more likely it is we can have someone released with 100% loyalty. Which would be quite convenient. Looks like the school is receiving groundwork materials now too. Just an ongoing process. I guess wires and pipes are a little bit like falling behind because of us pumping most of the workers into the construction of buildings. Maybe I need to prioritize the sewage pipe. Come on, those deliveries. I mean, there's 3 horse carriages assigned to this. I guess it's relatively slow. It probably needs a direct route of like just as many of those in addition to the distribution office to run successfully. We're quite far from the border, 1.5 kilometers. I guess I might move the free construction offices for the workers over to this side. And then they can pick up from the bus platform whenever we assign it. Yep, 25 days got built. Slow process, but it's getting done. I'll move one of the bus stops here. And that should hopefully make room for the free construction offices to be relocated. I think we might only need one. could make it this more efficient by shutting down the fire station and waiting until we get like a signal that there's a fire and then activating the fire station, but I don't know. I've gotten used to not doing that, and the expense is not that much more on foreign workers. And it's a lot safer if I get distracted by chat. Hashtag blame chat. Gotta wait until they have delivered workers to footpaths, which is their job, for sure. But yeah, the time here is kind of short, so I think it makes sense to also pick up the workers for the construction offices up by the same logic, and then they have a much shorter travel distance. And then I can also theoretically use those horse carriages as an assignment to bring them places, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Not for the buildings at least, but they can build up other facilities. Pipes and wires, pretty much. No buildings. Everything else is fine. The source of workers is here, which means they're going to take a lot of them, I guess. But currently, I kind of want to prioritize the completion of footpaths to make sure we access buildings a little bit faster so that none of our other construction vehicles has to go idle. And at some point the footpaths and pipes and wires are going to be done. I will keep it down to 2 vehicles right now. I'm not going to assign all 4 of them. It's still going to take a huge chunk of workers out of the bus stop, but not too many, I don't think. And we can still open the floodgates to other buildings if we want to have them built. Can you use pergolas to extend the bus stop chain? Yeah, but pergolas have to be built. So that would be... The bus stop chain is just a temporary thing. There's other means to make it, like, extend even further. I think large kindergartens are, like, really good at that. Because of how long they are, sideways, basically. Where are they? These ones, yeah. Compared to a pergola. I mean, they're all like different prices and such, but if we just compare distance versus like not too expensive. I can only build one of the pergolas right now, I guess. If I find it. So yeah, pergola is like really short compared to a playground. If we have like entrance here versus direct connection. 59 meters. Okay, it doesn't go through anymore. Never mind. Apparently they can't walk through a playground anymore. Apparently either it doesn't check it when it's not built, or they don't allow that anymore. It used to be possible. I guess I would have to set that up at some point and check it out. But you can also use these overpasses, which are also longer and provide the same thing. Not the bridges themselves, but the overpasses only. And of course these things, which are really good. The metro entrances. Because you can make those longer with Q and E. But yeah, I don't usually go for the extension of footpaths with that means. I usually pop down another bus stop and then they walk there and walk to the next station, but for passengers that doesn't really work that well. Because their time constantly ticks down, I guess. Another thing I could do is, I guess, instead of using the carriages, I could use horses, because then it would split up all the workers like pretty well. Like they wouldn't bring like a overly full horse carriage to this construction site of 2 workers. As an example. But I guess that's just optimization. Like fairly early one that got discovered was the big fountain, but we don't have access to that. And the medium fountain as well. The other ones don't have a path through anymore, but these two do have a footpath that can go through, if I remember correctly. I guess the benefit of this setup right now is that the workers get distributed to the fire station fairly reliably. So the other construction offices don't pick up from the border anymore and take away workers for the fire station. They pick it up from the bus stop, should there be enough. Underground cables cheaper? Depends. Like, yes, they are cheaper to build because... Let's say we compare the 1.2 megawatt wire versus the 1.15 at 200 meters. You basically replace, I mean, for the cheap ones, not so much, because you're just replacing boards with gravel. Otherwise, the above ground wire is cheaper than these electronics. And the time, the work days is like way longer. For larger power poles, you need steel, which is considerably more expensive above ground, even compared to the electronics used, I think, unless they change prices again. Let's do 4 megawatt, I guess. 4 versus 5. So the above ground ones are cheaper, half the amount of electronics needed, but they do require almost a ton of steel. And they need the foundation of concrete. I don't think there's a huge difference, but sometimes your steel cost is massively high or very cheap. And then you can make decisions based on that. But usually people go for underground wires because having wires get in the way is usually more annoying in realistic mode. Hello Simon, welcome back. I think we'll be able to use some of the vehicles for the routes, like the dumpers. Some of them can run the coal into the heating plant afterwards. Hello, Jumai. Welcome back. So later on we need like a repair station for horses. Maybe we'll include like a production facility for them. It also needs grain deliveries. So maybe we can alternate grain deliveries to the horse breeder and then the food production. The small food production should be enough for the city. If not, I guess we can build a second factory, but that shouldn't really be necessary. Seven more work days for the groundworks here. The horse carriage will keep on running until it is fully built. And yeah, if we pick up the workers from here to build the sewage pipe, it's also going to deliver the workers fairly quickly, which is going to be handy. I can even increase the amount of workers delivered to higher than 100 in this case, but I guess it's fine. Now it's doing the sewage pipe again instead of other things, which I guess is fine. Do a power line first, please. Do both power lines first. I would like to start supplying resources into the shopping center, I guess. Maybe it's time to upgrade these roads. Nah, let's not do that right now. Dirt roads are fine. Gravel footpaths are cheap. I don't know if we have any raw resources nearby. There was like coal in this mountain, I think. No coal in these. I haven't checked for iron yet, I guess. Let's check. No oil anywhere here. Let's check for coal. That was like on... where's the mountain? Further left. This one, yeah. There's a coal source. Do the other mountains have something? No iron. There's iron down here, I guess. Iron export could be something. Would keep the steel price fairly low, I guess. Or if the steel price goes up, we make a decent amount of money from the ore. But it would produce a lot of waste. We'll take like 20-25 workers for the alcohol kiosk. Thank you, that's enough. These ones can be slowly built. As can the pump, I guess. That's enough workers, I guess. A couple more. Sure. I'll leave it on one worker. I'll get the groundwork done eventually and then do the rest. Good. So we want to get a lot of migrants from third world countries to make use of the US currency and bring them up to speed. The main goal will be to try and keep happiness high so that loyalty hovers around 37 for now, until we decide to start the crime and justice system, once we have a fair amount of higher educated workers. Hello Hailstorm, welcome back. A lot of building assignments now. Two deliveries of steel. Then they can start building up the first construction phase after the groundworks for the sewage discharge. Just keep going. I mean, I'm trying to build everything up. I hope we can move people in this year. The sewage discharge, the sewage pipe is important, water production, the whole network. Electricity to actually store some resources for meat. I mean, everything else could be stored already, I guess. Just not meat right now, which is deselected anyway at the moment. Delivery at 30%, you're probably going to get a dedicated covered hull vehicle to deliver food to you once the warehouse is up. We'll turn on meat soon. We'll also have to bring alcohol once the kiosk is up. Shouldn't take too much longer. University can wait. We'll leave that on low priority for now. Football playground can wait. That's just like a little bit of like... It's just nice to look at, I guess. They already have an indoor sports facility, which also doubles as an attraction building, I guess. Kindergarten would be nice if we could finish that. Very few workers here. Yeah, a lot of them are going to construction sites now. Thanks to the free workers, I guess. Free construction office workers, I mean. The delivery by this building. It's taking a lot of workers out of the bus platform. Get it started, build it slowly, like... We'll spread out the people. I hope we can get it done. I can't guarantee it. We do have to finish one residential building. I have a mod that can set back the time. Time Master. Otherwise, no mods. Can Mega Monkey set back the time? I think so. Mega Monkey's gonna go crazy once I show him the extra large bin trick. I hope he shows up. Hope he has time. Almost done with the water purification plant. I don't know what that did. Okay. Don't know what F11 does it, but flicker the buildings. I wanted to unmute myself. I need a dedicated horse carriage to bring chemicals to the water purification plant. Currently from the border. Later on, maybe the local warehouse for the food production could also hold chemicals. Usage should be fairly low after the initial filling of the storage tanks, I guess. Okay, bringing workers with the horses to unfinished plumbing is a bit... that's a bit meh. Maybe I should put the horses into a dedicated construction office and tell them only footpaths. That's what you can do. Okay, there's a horse crane in here, waiting on resource deliveries, but otherwise everything is in order. Looks like it just finished with the groundworks. And all the resources are heading this way now. I'm gonna go get something to drink, I'll be right back. Just like a minute. Alright. We need more horse cranes. Horse cranes are going to be more important right now. Since we optimized the delivery of workers to buildings, I can free up those construction offices to carry horse cranes instead. I guess I could also use a dumper building. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. Yep, lots of tiny little construction tasks that would go a lot faster if they had a road crane. Or horse crane, I guess. Two more deliveries of brick, I guess. One more delivery of brick. And then just continuous worker deliveries will finish the sewage discharge. I'm going to tell the... I can't tell the horse carriage to wait until loaded. I guess, nah, because there's a transfer stop. Whatever workers you have, I guess you have. It's fine. We're going to be assigned to bring coal to the heating plant. I'll set you to wait until unloaded, because if there's a fire, you will move out of the building on your own. But I guess at least that way you have some work to do. This thing hasn't been built yet, apparently. I just want to put some traffic signs here, so one way in, one way out. So we have two ways going into the customs house and only one coming out. How's 2.0 going? Pretty well. I mean, we still don't know about the profitability of the industries we're going to make. But we're going to build a nice settlement. And then food production, alcohol, and then incineration of hazardous waste again. Including rail construction. Once we have a stable settlement with a stable industry that makes more than enough money, then we can maybe think about pushing towards the center. But the pioneer outpost from the original trial was not so great. I need that auxiliary settlement. Horse crane already on the way. Would probably be better if the horse cranes also were closer to the city. Oh well. It's not that much extra distance, I guess. Yeah, I guess these two horse cranes not being assigned to building constructions is maybe not ideal, I guess. Let's change that over. That looks a lot better. Now we're getting the full workforce and then some from each worker, thanks to the additional horse cranes. That was definitely needed. Alright guys, we're gonna dump a ton of workers onto the first residential building. This one, the smaller one, do the groundworks. Because theoretically we can already start the settlement with a smaller building, and they will then help run all the facilities while the next one is getting built. New megacity, cool. Yeah. But we're building the auxiliary settlement to get us to the center of the map. That's going to take a while. First attempt was without an auxiliary settlement and it failed. Now we're going to build a settlement first from which we make more optimal thought through decisions, I guess. Should hopefully be better. Build a settlement to start a labor force? Yes, exactly. Labor force, high loyalty, at some point, educating people to become higher educated, things like that. We need population growth, and we need workers to build stuff for us and run stuff for us. Running an incinerator with our own workers would be way cheaper. Bones that are not imported. Yep. It also scales. Like, the more we need, the more we can build. The other option would have just been connecting more customs houses, but they're quite far apart in this map. It's quite challenging. I like it. And no access to the western border that easily also means you can't do things like buy something in the west and export it to the east, and vice versa in the beginning. You actually need, like, ship infrastructure first to do that. Which is also nice. Okay, looks like the delivery of electronic components is a bit slow with only 2 carriages. But that's the... I mean, once the wires are done, I guess the pumps are done, the pipes don't need mechanical components, yeah, should be fine. Procrastinator, what's up? Sewage discharge is done. Means the horse carriage route here is obsolete. It's bubbling along. Thinking, is there a time frame? If you keep your horse industry long enough, that horse exports become profitable again. It's a commodity, like 90s to 10s. I have not played that long with horses yet. But horses seem to be going up in price quite a lot. Depending on crop prices, it might be easier to export horses than crops. You might be able to fit a lot more horses onto a train than crops. But I don't know if they have a different scaling based on late game or not. Don't have the experience with that yet. Try and get the pipes finished so we have water. Is that a small pipe? That shouldn't be. It's a medium run? Yeah, okay. Same as these. Could have used large pipes, but only need a large pipe after the pump here to combine both pipes and then push the water out into the pumping station. And from here we would split it up like a switch. And these are small water pipes. Totally sufficient. Looks like we're gonna get a medium voltage wire now. Means that we will have electricity in one part of the settlement. Figured not. I was just wondering if it drops off after cars and never returns. I don't think it drops off, I think it stays quite valid. Was also interesting because I could sell horses, I think, for the full price even after I've used them for working. So I'm not sure if there's like some shenanigans with that. Would all have to be experimented with still. And I haven't gotten to that yet. Maybe this run. But I don't think MegaCity would be a city of like making horses, I don't know. MegaCity 19. Interesting, selling a horse with like 1 year left of service life for full price. Well, I did maintain them properly. It's just that a new vehicle versus a used vehicle, as soon as it isn't a new vehicle anymore, like as soon as you pull it out of the customs house into a depot, it doesn't count as a new vehicle anymore and it drops significantly in price. That doesn't seem to happen with horses, at least from feeling. I'm not sure if it's 100% true. I've not done the math on that, or tested. So I'm not 100% sure if it's correct. Okay, groundwork first flat is done. Let's flood them into the second one, I guess. Maybe we can also do the kindergarten. I mean, multiple at the same time. It's maybe overdoing it. The kindergarten, I guess, can be done once workers live here. We do have electricity now, so we can import meat as well. Farms and plan for the settlement? Maybe. Depends on the crop price. Farms would be very labor intensive. Initially I'm planning imported crops. It's only one construction phase. As soon as all the resources are here, we can have our first residential building. 1882? Yes. We used mods to turn back time. Hello, Deviant Fish. Welcome back. Footpaths are looking good, making progress. It looks like we're also almost done with this part. Once this is done, we can build the second one, and then once both are done, we can align them with the traffic signs. One for incoming traffic, one for outgoing traffic. Should make sure that the vehicles are split up as much as possible, causing fewer traffic issues. Is a stream for horse lovers? No, I don't think horse lovers would want to see horses carrying 2 tons of gravel through a mud road. I think that is probably not what they want to see. Might be a bit animal cruelty. I mean, work has to get done, right? Horses and resources needs to continue. Almost done with the groundwork for the pipe here. Can you please send a couple more workers that way, please? Thank you. I'm gonna assign horses again here. Very thin on the worker count right now. Why is there still the get in command? No one needs to get in here. That person is so small compared to the scaffolding. Giant scaffolding. Horse lovers ride, enslave, and eat horses. They will be fine here. Alright then, sure. Although we can't eat horses, we can't send them to a butcher, I guess. Maybe that's gonna be a no-no then. It's kind of convenient that there's only one waste wagon for horses, so you don't need to worry about large or small storages. It's kind of neat. And large storages aren't loaded very quickly, so you might prefer smaller ones to be more efficient. Put sign at job site. Not drawn to scale. Alright, alcohol kiosk. Bit more steel, then the water pipe is done. Second one, same thing. And then we could send one foreign worker into the water well and the water purification plant. I mean, I guess we can already send one worker here to prepare some water. This is the first building we're actually running. Preparing for some drinking water when people move in. One worker is going to be enough. Don't need more than that. We'll purify it with one other worker and then it'll go out into the buildings once a substation is hooked up. And the rest can be done by other workers, I guess. Almost 9 cubic meters of water pumped out of the ground for a single worker. Groundwork of the second flat, close to finishing, another 200 workers. Any construction vehicles idle? I wouldn't be like opposed to it right now. Seems like we're making good progress. It's mainly the workers now that are like lacking. And in some concrete mixers it looks like. But other than that, not looking bad at all. Just need to move our own people in now. And maybe finish the groundworks of the school so we can bring the building materials here. Because the school could be a quasi-death spiral, I guess. Clinic is accessible for anyone. We'll have to tell all the horse carriages inside the hospital that it's full speed. No horsing around. Hello, Grayling. Welcome. Yeah, this is like the situation we were in previously. Very thin supply of workers from the border. I mean, it's spread up between multiple construction sites, I guess, but still. I'll have to build up the waste storages too. I'm not going to accelerate too many of them. Maybe the one next to the hospital though. I did demolish one of them, didn't I? And then never really rebuilt it. Guess we can do that where currently the horse feeder is, I guess. How far do workers walk? From bus stop to bus stop. They reset their timer and then you can walk them to the next bus stop. So technically you can walk them indefinitely. And practically there are some tricks where you can also teleport them across the map, but I'm not really sure I want to show that right now. Got 6 people live on my list of followers and 4 of them are playing this game. Ooh. Sounds like that's more of a who you follow, not what the people on your follower list are doing. I would imagine. Just followed Schneuztier a long time ago, and one thing led to another. Schneuztier is also playing it? Schneuztier was playing Shadow Empire recently. By recently, I mean like half a year ago. 3 out of 7 playing workers and resources. With the one bus at the border, you can walk workers to the middle of the map for work. Yep. I mean, you don't have enough free bus stops to make that work, so you would have to build an infrastructure. And they do take a while to get there, but theoretically you can do it. When they walk in here, they're waiting on platform time resets. And when they arrive at a new bus stop, they have the same timer again. So they walk 20 kilometers to work, sure. Where there are billion streamers are all on break apparently. Sorry, I won't be able to fill in on that. I can't really fill in on that game. I'm waiting on the Shadow Empire update to drop at some point. And I also still have Grimshire and maybe Stalker 2. Was no complaint, just an observation, yeah. Okay, we got water in the purification plant. Let's send a worker in here who will treat us all the water that we have in this building. Much more efficiently than the pumps, apparently. There it is, 7 cubic meters. Ready to be distributed. I need another water pipe to this substation too. This might be the water pipe leading to the factory. Do I want to build it that way? I just wanted to connect this in and then go out of this side. This looks weird, I don't like it. I think I'm just gonna hook up a pipe and run everything else off of the other area. If we need to change it, then we can tear down this pipe again at some point and modify it, but yeah, for now that's going to be the easy option. Plus the water in the water for the food and factory and distillery already would probably hook up to one of those substations anyway. So I might not have to make any modifications to that. So with 2 residential buildings up, we'll have to focus our efforts, like the groundworks for the residential buildings up, and this one ready to be built up. We should focus our efforts on the groundworks for the school. Heating plant is basically ready. Water is ready to go as well, minus the substation in this area, I guess, which we kind of need. That's the last water pipe missing. High priority on that, please. We'll restrict the amount of workers in this building as they ferry in all the bricks, boards and steel we need to build up the building. And focus our efforts on the school, I think. After we build up a bit of a stockpile of workers. They're still doing the sewage pipe. Getting close. We'll do the school after the sewage pipe is done. All the piping that is still open. Minus the small one here. That one shouldn't take too long. But the other pipes through the road, I guess, should be done. First industry will be a food factory and distillery. Import will be done for the grain. Water production is local, and we'll export excess alcohol. but not food. With the grain import, we'll also have like a storage of grain locally that we can use for a distribution office to supply our horse feeders from, if we want to. Usually start with food and alcohol too. It's a good industry. Alcohol, maybe not so much, but it fits in nicely with the food factory. Food factory is really good because that's like the main demand for your population. And it should keep the price of crops relatively low because you don't need any more food imports. And if the crop price goes up, well, you're not paying extra for the food price, and maybe at some point you can do a farm, I guess. But yeah, alcohol distillery is also nice because, like I said, puts itself good next to the food factory, and it's a resource that is very efficient to transport. Not as good as clothing, but still very, very good. And with the new industries, they're also way smaller than the other factories, so they should be easier to set up. It's August. We're building up our first 2 buildings that can house people. We could consider moving people in early, but then I would need a truck to deliver water to the substation here, because this one doesn't reach the substation next to the heating plant. So I think this pipe we'll have to wait for. Should not take very long, like they're almost done with the groundworks, and then one delivery of steel will finish it. But yeah, as soon as the water is here, the sewage pipe of course is also important. But that is just a matter of workers again. Like everything in workers and resources for some reason. Should call this game Workers and Resources, yeah. But I guess Horses and Resources was more fitting. So for all this time, we spent 115,000 on resources, 74,000 on vehicles, and 111,000 on manpower. A lot more on material, if the vehicles are included. But workers are not cheap. Not at this volume. Increased priority of sewage pipes now because it is time. And the water pipes too, I guess. Should work. Should work out to be this year, I'm pretty sure. Quite close to the end, but it will work. Heating should be fine too, we got a ton of coal. I don't think I forgot anything. I mean, the monument isn't up yet, I guess. But we're not pushing for extremely high loyalty just yet. That'll be the crime and justice sector east of the hospital, where currently the bus stops are located. Probably a road connection off of the bus platform entrance. With a police station, prison, courthouse, and some extra housing. For the most loyal people. I mean, we also need the most loyal people working in the school and university, I guess. But the university has some time. As long as we keep people happy, the highly educated workers should not run away screaming, I guess. I guess the heating pipe's gonna take a bit. The sewage pipe's gonna take a bit. 142 bricks. Tons of bricks. But we'll get there. Could move people in right now, we don't need the heating plant at the moment. I mean, it can still work even without water, right? So it could already start functioning. Just at half capacity. Don't know if the heating pipe can work without electricity though. That would be interesting. Only 60 workers in here. I would like at least 200 workers to make like an easy, stable settlement. A quarter of that, maybe highly educated. But I don't want to overdo the highly educated amount until we have the university up, I guess. But they are also building it up, so... Any worker who doesn't have anything to do can walk onto a construction site and help build things. Probably residential buildings first, ideally. I guess I should let them finish the sewage pipes first. Let me know when this one is done. That's gonna be a milestone. Because this whole sewage pipe here needs to be completed. Just this connection is not as important. And the water pipe, I guess. The switches aren't hooked up to anything yet. They're just there in case we need them. But the sewage pipe has to run through all the way. Otherwise we're gonna have health issues galore. I wanted the groundworks of the school to be done before we move people in. But I don't think we will wait that long. I think once the sewage pipe is done, people will move in. And then we'll figure out what's broken and try and guide the foreign workers at that point to assist with things, because a lot of stuff is now done. Like, there's only currently 5 buildings assigned to this bus stop, minus the fire station and the other bus stops, of course, which are currently actively being built. So a lot of the workforce is actually piling up again. Granted, they're being picked up and used for the construction of the sewage pipes and water pipes. But once those are done, then yeah, they'll pile up here. And once we realize that we're not using them for anything anymore, then we can probably stop. But in the beginning, it's going to be like a bit of a safety buffer of workers for us, that we can guide places. Also would like to have some housing around the shopping area, but I would also like to have the food factory here. So maybe it's like housing, food factory, housing, distillery somewhere nearby. We'll see. This whole setup is still all open. Okay. Which one? Water pipe. That one. That's the one I said isn't as high priority. Put that one on low priority. That one doesn't need to finish right now. The rest, like even this water pipe is not that important. Put that on low priority too. And this one, yeah. That's fine. Focus on the other things. Looks like we're delivering bricks for some sewage pipes now. Dumpers are not busy anymore. The open hull carriages all are still busy. All the groundworks are well supplied now. And just waiting for workers. One worker on the sewage switch, perfectly fine. The switch, same thing. Could move people in right now. Maybe after charging the heating plant, of course. And maybe emptying out the waste storages that have piled up. It's only the fire station, really. But at least it's working. I know that after this run I'm probably gonna be like, oh yeah, let's do some villages again. This is gonna be like back and forth. I have to find an intermediate again. Villages with cities. That was very cool. But no, we need this ginormous city next. It has to happen. Two horse carriages whose only job is to bring in food for now. Waiting until unloaded here. Meat distribution by horse carriages, probably fine. But once we have the meat storage up, we can deliver it to that one by a dedicated line. Very good. Almost done with the groundworks. And then just 140 tons of bricks. All the other pipes are probably going to be done by then, I would imagine. Water pipe is done. And that's all the water we had left, but it does supply all the buildings, so that's good. Yeah, we'll probably run some workers into the shopping center and the heating plant and then move people in. I do want the sewage pipe though. People will expect running water right away. The heating plant can work fine without water. For a while. Okay, they're building low priority piping, that's fine. At some point all the piping is done. The second water inlet for the water treatment plant, that's also fine. Basically going to be limited to the throughput of a medium water pipe currently. Two medium water pipes. 100 cubic meters is what we're limited to. The building can do 120, but 100 cubic meters is our limit. Plus minus whatever they'll give us depending on the small water well output with all its workers. But yeah, not more than 100. $173,000 rubles left. We better get on the idea of doing some actual production for profit. Like I said, I was eyeballing the idea of having a food factory here. Workers from the residential area would be nice. And then train arrival for the crops, which is also then used by the distillery. And it is in range of water and sewage, so that's good. Then train delivery to this area, maybe an end station after. Maybe this time I'll plan for a coaling station right away. This direction. And more housing can then be built on this side, feeding workers into this area. With a entrance for the food factory on this side and a footpath crossing leading into the distillery. Over the warehouses, factory connection. I'm probably going to change the way this is laid out, moving the food factory over to this side. But from a concept standpoint, I think this will work well. I don't think we need anything extra. I really think here would be better. Just a second. Alright. I'm back. I had a phone call. So yeah, I was thinking of the food factory maybe more this direction. It would open up the area a bit more for the distillery, I think. Then again, I mean the distillery does not need a connection to any warehouse right now. And access workers could work here, for example from the bus platform. But they can also reach here directly from the footpath from the like houses just around. So I guess we would do a connection here and then fit the warehouse in place again. And then I'm gonna realize that this is not gonna work with the factory connections. And the original idea was a lot better. I paused you. Stop sending stuff here. I think we're gonna go back to the original design and I'll just have a footpath coming around this side for the distillery. We'll change that. Makes more sense, I guess. And I guess this will work then. Road connection to the left side. Could also use a different warehouse. This has 520 tons, which would be equivalent to in between those two. This one is quite a bit larger. But I guess we don't really need that much storage, right? And I barely get to build this warehouse these days, so I'm gonna use that one. In the beginning we can bring resources in by horse carriage, I guess, which is gonna be stopped pretty quickly. Coaling station should be somewhere close to the customs house, ideally in range of a fire station. All of this should be low priority right now because we'll try and finish existing constructions in the settlement first that are not related to this. We need population, of course. Okay, that's a lot of workers. Looks pretty good. Send them to this building, I guess, for groundworks. Or like a couple of them, I guess. So we have another residential building that we can build up as soon as people start living here. The groundwork would take too long, I think. But yeah, that's a pretty big amount of workers waiting here right now. Now that most of the construction tasks are done, I guess. Kindergarten and 2 flats. Excellent. Kindergarten, I guess, can also start. We'll lower this down back to 1 worker. And we'll do the same thing for the kindergarten once it gets to close to 60 workers or less. Uh, 10 workers here is fine. We used up almost all of the ones that got piled up anyway. 1 more groundwork construction done. I guess technically the school was still important, and we've sent all of them to the kindergarten, which I guess helps to leave some more workers for the groundwork construction of other buildings. So yeah, we'll probably have another fire station at the entrance, put the coaling station nearby. Coaling station can receive its water from a water well, I guess. Have another water pipe come through here from the large water pump into the coaling station, and then train tracks through the settlement somehow. After the coaling station, going into the warehouse. This does not have the train tracks going along the main road because it's not that kind of settlement, I guess. That would be more something for MegaCity 19. Alright. Stop bringing that many workers here. There's not enough bricks. Two months left. People would not die if they moved in right now, as long as I made sure that the heating plant had some heat in it. So I think we'll start moving people in now. Extra workers would also help us build things faster. And we'll make sure that the shopping center is staffed as well. That's a footpath. Excellent. Okay. Let's go, I guess. 5,000 per click. Good luck, guys. You'll need it. trying to work in the hospital, obviously. So the next thing we need is like the school. Make sure that people get an education soon enough. Get another house up so people can move into another residential building. And once the school is up, we can get Western migrants and try and educate them up to basic education so they can run most facilities. Highly educated workers, we would try and get new migrants soon. With just migration. Ambulances are not upgraded yet to maximum speed. Have to set the checkbox for them. Any complaints? All schools are full, yeah. Kindergarten, yeah. Church, yes. Culture. Culture's here, but no one's working in it right now. There's too few workers, I guess. Oh, and the sewage. The sewage is gonna be a thing very soon, I guess. Because sewage discharge is not hooked up yet. So you better finish that, I guess. I mean, kindergarten and school is listed here. I wonder if that also acts as a complaint. I don't think so. They just have their demands. No one's working in the alcohol kiosk, unfortunately. We need to prevent the happiness drop. Get people working whatever they're demanding right now. Also the culture building. Make sure the cinema is staffed, please. Okay, they have some of their own workers now. Good. School, then the university, then more residential buildings, I guess. In the meantime, they can supply construction materials to the factories, but we're not going to send anyone there to build them up yet. Those have lower priority right now. What should also be assigned here? 5 workers. 0 workers, I guess. For now. Please finish the sewage pipe. It's gonna get bad, real bad. Water production is running, thankfully. We do have water in the tank, I guess. But the sewage is gonna cause health complications, so I guess I'll assign it for now. It's not too many workers yet, but that's 60 people and they're making that much sewage with running water. It's pretty bad. Have to finish this construction soon. Last delivery of bricks to this sewage pipe, very good. We can bring any amount of workers to it then. That leaves only 1 sewage pipe. I think I'll unassign all the construction tasks and make sure that the local facilities are running. Okay, you can definitely be like limited again. I forgot to change you down. Kindergarten is going to be important, I guess. Just a trickle of workers to all the facilities while the people are getting settled in. Is everyone trying to like get fuel here, or what's going on? I guess so. Yeah, delivery to plumbing. Okay, you're pretty much done. That leaves only the sewage pipe through the mountain, I guess. Once the resources are there, we can increase the amount of workers on the construction site again and finish building it. Uh-oh, sewage is full. And you're already exporting. Well, we better accelerate this a bit, I guess. Oh my god, come on guys. This construction site is causing some traffic issues because they are trying to refuel here too, and then we have a gridlock. I guess it's a bit of a test of like, does sewage kill as quickly as waste storage is running full? I don't think it does, but it still kills. Ideally, the sewage carriage will never run. It should never have to run. Yeah, that reaches enough housing. And then this one would have its own footpath past the grocer, with more housing on this side anyway, later on. If I want a road connection away from this, I'll have to use this one. We might need a fire station here. These are thankfully just dirt footpaths, so they can still be changed to have another fire station locally. But this one is like so close, it should be fine, I believe. Come on, sewage pipe. Do your thing. All the foreign workers are creating sewage. Uh-oh. Health issues. Second sewage pipe done. Now we just need this one. Couple more brick deliveries. Bunch of workers. Hopefully not too long away. Heating plant is running without drinking water, that's fine. We don't need its full capacity just yet. But yeah, we're using up all foreign workers right now to run this until we get more workers. Oh god, the cost. I have to lower the amount of foreign workers. We have to get another residential building up and get more migrants and get the school up. But sewage pipe first. That looks good. We have to also make sure that the food deliveries are sufficient, but it looks like it's fine. Fewer sellers here, we don't need that many right now. Use up less of the foreign workers. Less than 10 deliveries of bricks. So they do live a little bit in a bit of a health hazard right now, but I'm sure it's going to be fixed momentarily. Once the brick deliveries have arrived and the horse carriages have decided to bring a couple more workers here, with like 10 workers they can build it up as soon as all the resources are present. Already getting close to 100k rubles again. Great. Let's see if this will work. I mean, setting up a train line is probably going to be a bit much. Running it with our own imported resources would, I guess, work. And I guess they could run the route of like drop grain in, load whatever alcohol is there, check if the kiosk needs some, and then export the rest. That would be pretty much on the route. All bricks are present. One more delivery of workers, I guess. Because that worker is not going to finish it, unfortunately, but here they come. Oh no, different path, I guess. Well, the sewage pipe is almost done, pretty much. Resource deliveries to the residential building number 2, the kindergarten, and the groundwork of the school are like next on the agenda. And there we go. Sewage problem solved. Alright, good. That leads to the kindergarten and the school. School will lead to unemployment issues. Further down the line, kindergarten will lead to unemployment issues right now. So hopefully the resource deliveries will prioritize the buildings and bring some more material. You just need the drinking water pipe, and then you'll have water for next year. Hopefully after the sewage pipe is done, not before. But also wouldn't be too much of a big deal, I guess. Electronics, not gonna handle that. Alcohol, we are working on that. Praying in church, sure. Hospital and practicing sport. Something that will be solved once we have more workers available. And the kindergarten is online. Lots of unemployment for 10 workers in the 60 worker building not being able to work because they have to take care of their children right now. Put that on high priority. And this residential building, I guess. 2 people without their own flat. So we need room for the new children to also move into houses, of course. So we would like to finish the construction of one of these buildings, that we may get more workers. But yeah, we could have a much more compact settlement, small shopping center, Small heating plant, the low quality rural flats would be fine. They would have very low happiness in there, but hey, it would get set up pretty quickly. So yeah, the new flat, important. Kindergarten, important. Then the school. University, not as important. We want to make our own highly educated workers to save on money. But right now we just want to have more people show up in the Republic, and yeah. We'll probably build it in time before the highly educated workers are all too old. We'll see. As long as we deal with people's demands and their happiness is high, the monument should have an impact and get their loyalty back up to around 37 average. Not the single monument on its own, but the general concept of monuments. Then we'll have to keep crime relatively low. I think further migrants might just be from the west. I mean, probably not. It depends on if we get the school up in time or not. The 21-year-olds without their own flat are probably going to be uneducated workers anyway. So they will need a school. And since we build all the largest buildings, I guess it's like gonna take a while with the groundworks, and then 61 tons of bricks. Draining our money. I overbuilt so much. But I still think it's gonna be worth it to not have to fiddle around with small building sizes. At least I'll tell myself that once we start taking our first loan, I guess. But hey, a growing population means that our loan capacity will also start growing, so it's gonna be nice. Clothing factory would be nice. Could be attached to the side of the warehouse as well, I guess. Importing a couple units of fabric would make that possible. But the clothing factory is like a pretty big factory. I'd rather run the distillery for now. We already have the water in place, I guess. Yeah, if the 21-year-olds without their own flat have a flat, I don't think they're going to be unhappy not being able to work. At least that's what I think is going to happen. Average loyalty is going to drop down to 37 until we start working on it, which we won't do for a while. First we need to be profitable. The hazardous waste incinerator, like I said, maybe behind the heating plant. Once we have some housing here for basic educated citizens, they can also work in the incinerator nearby, even if it's in walking distance. Two more deliveries of bricks, one more delivery of brick, maybe two. I think it was 1.8 tons. And then this building is done. Kindergarten close behind. Groundworks of the school is being worked on as well. The school is very important. Otherwise we're going to run into unemployment issues very, very quickly. Those 21-year-olds without their own flat might even be listed in the small children and in the people who can't go to elementary school right now. Yep. So they'll have their own flat, but still won't have a basic education at that point. Okay, all resources present. Send a couple workers here quickly, I guess. Don't need a whole lot. Like 15 maybe. Alright, I think that'll do. Once the resources for the kindergarten are here, we'll do the same thing for that building. Alright. Building is up, temperature's fine, water is present. This will allow people to move in, if I had allowed people to move in with no education, I guess. I'm kinda not allowing that. I should allow that. So people with no education are allowed to move in here, I guess. Now, once the school is up, I will dump a bunch of workers in, foreign workers from the Western third world countries with US currency. No education. We'll finish the kindergarten first to deal with the 15% unemployment due to small children. 16. One more delivery of bricks. There it is. And the next one is going to be the school, and then maybe the university. But yeah, school first to get things moving. Gotta be careful with how many foreign workers we get. because we don't have that many highly educated people. They would easily get overwhelmed. We only brought in 60 workers right now. Three grew up so far. Good progress. Yeah, the kindergarten starting up, like working, is going to be really, really handy. Can reduce unemployment by 25%. A lot of people are having children right now. Because it's a good republic. No complaints. Very good. One worker. Excellent. That freed up the first worker. 2 workers freed up for 2 workers working here. Very good. And then more workers can basically start working, I guess. Come on. Keep the kindergarten staffed. Thank you. School is next. Very important. That's the next unemployment situation we have to deal with, like I said. Once the school is up, we'll bring in foreign workers from third world countries, maybe some more highly educated workers, we'll see. But we definitely have to stop bringing in foreign workers from the border. 5,000 rubles per month is expensive. That's quite expensive. I can get like a load of migrants that continuously works for us for the same price, instead of like a single drop of migrants. Let's stop the bus routes, we have enough. Stop it. We'll hire more migrants. Alright. So we're not going to get any more foreign workers. That is ridiculously expensive. Let the current ones trickle into and through the bus system. But this should reduce our monthly cost quite a bit now. Granted, I paid for 6 months in migrant invitation. But if everything works well, then we don't have to get any more migrants. Depending on if the school finishes and the university. The rest is fine. School has high priority, university has medium priority. These houses have low priority right now. This one I guess you can finish, it's like almost fully supplied with resources, it's fine. That's pretty much all of them. I spent so much money on foreign workers to make this, like, get built. Let's see if I'm correct and we have enough workers to run everything. Oh god. Here it begins. Send some workers to the shopping center, come on. Starving people lose their loyalty immediately, we've learned that. Follow the rules. Happiness dropped a bit. Starving, 51, yeah, we'll fix that. We're working on it. Okay, can you focus your efforts on the groundworks of the school, please? In the meantime, we'll provide food and meat, and heating, and maybe fire station services, I guess. Yeah, I guess they fall onto the other ones. Oh, and you run the kindergarten continuously. 3 workers is fine. I don't think we're going to get past taking a loan. The way I built all of this, way too big. But I'm okay with that. Shouldn't be a loan debt spiral. It would be kinda poor standard if I were to fail a second time already. But no, this settlement gives us options. Keep running the clinic too, thank you. I'm waiting for one worker to walk in here who's actually working. Sheesh. Still not done on the drinking water connection, I guess, because I stopped getting foreign workers and there's not that many on the bus platform, I guess. But some of them are going to it, and that's when the construction office can strike and pick them up with the horses, I guess. Sewage pipe is indeed done, just waiting on the water pipes now for the heating plant. Oh boy. Maybe we can grow our own crops, having like so many people that there's just a field here with a farm. But I don't know. Seems not so great. Like I said, harvesting and growing takes a lot of manpower. But at some point manpower is like the cheapest thing you have. Just not in the beginning, I guess. Come on, get the groundwork for the school ready. And we'll switch over to the university, I think. Get both of them built. .47 health. Got everything you wanted. 66 happiness, 47 health, 59 health, 66 happiness still. Okay, sure. Have we been able to establish a stable settlement in the 1880s? I'm wondering if 1880 is just too slow. I mean, we did 1900, which is the same. But we didn't build a large settlement like this. This is like the first attempt of a large settlement. It's not that large yet because it doesn't have the population yet. But it's planned to be large. I just invested a lot of money into it. With a lot of like fancy large-scale buildings for a large future settlement. That might have been overbuilding a lot. Gotta baby this one through some death spiral, but yeah, once the food production goes up and we stop building things, it's gonna be better. Is distance from the customs office greatly affect cost? Yes, transportation cost is much more expensive. Building 1.5 kilometers away from it is increasing the cost, but I didn't want to build next to the customs house right away again. I didn't want to like make a half-circle settlement around it. I wanted this to be a challenge. I'll regret it later. Thank you. Okay, no more workers here. Wait for the resource deliveries to arrive and then we'll open it up again. For now, do the groundworks of the university. It looks good, but it was maybe a bit too expensive, I guess. But yeah, would like to start the food production first. Because that way, as long as there's always enough sellers in here, I guess we don't need to worry about that. I mean, we still need the train delivery. But yeah, I guess in the beginning it could be by carriage. Patience in underbuilding might be the key. Yeah, doing something like a settlement of like 50 people with just a logging camp or something like that. We're 11 citizens away from our first research point. Settlement with 200 workers. 200 citizens. Gives us a research point. Then we would have 2. Water pipe is up. Water and sewage systems are running. Is research points a new thing? No, that's the low-tech rules that I've been playing with for a while now. Hey, may I ask why you started in the horsey era and not the diesel era to speed up things? Because that's kind of the challenge. Like, my attempt is to try and make a stable, large-scale settlement with horses if possible. But we will go through the eras. Just in about 30 years we will have trucks, I guess. I have done MegaCity with trucks already. Not early start trucks though, but we'll get to it. Yeah, getting a small settlement up with like 200 workers. Just like the smallest heating plant, some small residential buildings, just so you have your own workforce is like key, I guess. This was too expensive on the foreign manpower side. But at least the cost will now stop on that end. And we'll fix it with loans. Unemployment of low education is going up, meaning we need to speed up the situation with the school. Still waiting on the resources, but once all the resources are here we can open up and send all the other building like to the school construction, I guess. The farm selling a few crops might help. It takes a year and a ton of manpower to sow and harvest. It might, but I'm not set up for it. I wonder if there's like a deadly kink somewhere in this that I'm currently overlooking, but so far it all seems to be relatively stable, minus the lack of general workforce in buildings, I guess. I don't know why I'm building up this residential building. I currently have no need for another one. We're currently full, as in fully capable of housing more population. Make sure the hospital is staffed, especially the people who are dying because of health issues. It would be nice if they wouldn't do that. Thank you. Okay, I think you have to go into the buildings that you want to go in, because you're basically managing high education clinic, for example, and other similar facilities. Making you go to like construction sites might be a bad idea. So you'll have to send workers onto the construction side of the school. And please hurry, because the unemployment levels are getting a little bit high for low education. We have to catch up with that. I'm already going to have to probably spend money on getting more highly educated workers, which I really would like to avoid. A small school would have been fine. Small kindergarten, much smaller residential buildings. Oh well. Water treatment I guess I did want to have in preparation. That also cost quite a bit with the water pipes and the sewage pipes. Future build, easily expanded. That was the idea, yeah. I think the foreign manpower cost went down now that we're not getting as many anymore. But yeah, 5,000 rubles per month in foreign manpower or 10 migrants, which can work for you and create more manpower. Decisions, decisions. Once the school is up, then we can start getting a lot of migrants from third world countries making use of the US currency to fill up the population backlog. We'll fast build the school as soon as all the resources are there. And then shift on focus to the university. Not a lot of complaints. Happiness is still dropping a little bit. An attraction building would be nice, like carousel, auto scooter maybe. But those are in the future, I think. As long as the happiness is mostly okay, loyalty will not drop below 37. 35 to 40 for most people. And yeah, it should be sustainable. As population grows, crime will become an issue, of course. Before we get to 1,000 people, we should have our police, prison and courthouse set up. A little bit worried about the fire station being undersupplied with workers. I'm gonna have to keep a close eye on this in case something starts burning. Where are the bricks so far? First crime I see, a small shopping center. Unbelievable. 200 citizens, research point unlocked, and the first crime was committed. I'll basically tell this building to build up the school for me, once all the resources are here, regardless of the healthcare they want to provide or any other things. Well, that's not true. I'm going to tell them to walk to the hospital and the construction site at that point. Healthcare is important for this. We're quite close to the pollution. As our population grows, lifespan will become a little bit shorter.
Okay, work in here, and then other buildings right now with low priority. Please make sure that the kindergarten is staffed. Lower priority for the kindergarten, because we need to make sure that the highly educated people go to the correct building first. But my god, I want to get rid of the unemployment due to small children, please. Looks like we got everything but one delivery of bricks, so we'll throw workers at this now. The horse carriage is moving this way. Gonna take a little bit longer, but we'll finish the building next month. And then we can get foreign migrants from third world countries, padding out our population. After we've made sure that to deal with our current low education for the existing workers. Don't need to add on top of that at the moment. Not that building. Actually, that's not correct. That building is fine too. But we have to do the university first next. There we go. Finish it. In priority, it's going to be the same as the hospital. Highly educated and regular staff need to go to it, making sure it's working. And the school should be relatively quickly able to run through the uneducated workforce. And once it's done, extra house, more migrants, third world countries, and so on. Horsepower. Yes, that emote got added recently. I don't know why. Very strange. It seems like there's always the emotes that fit what I'm streaming. Alright, make sure the school is running, prefer students based on education, and get them through this system quickly. Should not take very long to give them their remaining education in some cases. Next up would be the university. This should hopefully not take too long. And maybe one of those houses are going to be told to always go to the bus platform, so the construction offices always have workers to pick up reliably. Come on, finish your education. God dang it. Maybe next time. Got enough workers, just deal with everyone, I guess. Once we don't have any workers with low education anymore, and this house is done, it might be time to get more migrants. I did say this one was supposed to be highly educated workers, but that's gonna change for now. And then this building, full of new migrants, I'll tell to work in the groundworks of the university, which is the only thing they're going to do if they get an education. And once the university is done, it'll be unassigned and then they can do whatever. But that is the focus of the university construction that I'll employ. While they get an education, they just go to the school, and once they have an education, they can finish the building and afterwards look for other jobs. That will be enough workers to finish the building, thank you. Now we just need to wait for the unemployment to drop. Let's do it right now. As long as the school has room, we'll get more migrants. Hopefully not misclicking and getting migrants with rubles. Only with US currency. "57 people. We got room for 38 in the classrooms right now. They'll be able to get their education soon enough. Most of them don't need that much education to finish, so that'll be alright. Just a sprinkle of education for them. And those that do have an education can work in here. Until it's built. I guess we'll start building up the warehouse so we can start bringing in crops. All domestic workers. This will probably be the building that will be assigned to send workers always to the bus platform once it's done. This one will slowly shift over to highly educated, I hope. Down to 14% highly educated. Find migrants in fixed batches without the need of border patrol or war. Some people I know would like that. Yeah. That has happened in the past, I guess. We'll unassign the building once the groundwork is done until all materials have been delivered, and then reassign it afterwards. I am so worried about something burning down right now. There's no one in the fire station reliably. You know what, that's your job. Go to the fire station too. Get an education, work in the fire station. New map from last stream. Same map, different customs house. Restart because the previous one we ran into the issue of I ran out of workforce basically. The customs house did not supply enough for what my plan was. So this time we're starting with our own settlement, which is more interesting to watch and also gives us more flexibility. But it's the same map. Can't you direct peeps from a residential to the power station? I did that. They're now walking here, but only if once they have an education. The building has quite high unemployment rate because they're still getting their school education done, I guess. But I only have 3 residential buildings right now. And some of them have a lot of assignments already. Adult basic education. That's the same as regular basic education. They just go to the elementary school. They get the basic education as children. There's no dedicated building for that. boy. Don't let people starve, that lowers their loyalty and happiness and probably causes crimes. In the 1880s, grade 1 through 12 was in the same room class. I could see that, yeah. But we're from the future, and we're trying to establish a Soviet Republic in 1880. Going to elementary school as an adult. I also know a few people who would benefit from that. I mean, people should never stop learning, I guess, and sometimes you forget things, I guess. All the new migrants also need healthcare, which we are providing, as well as education. I have issues with retention of my new learnings. Yeah, but still learning new stuff, right? I push out old stuff. I forget things, I guess. I also don't memorize names. I don't memorize names of people or names to faces very well, which saves up a lot of space in the brain, I can tell you that. I have so much more knowledge for Warhammer 40k or other useless things like workers and resources. It's a lot more useful for me. How far into the game are you? I don't know about it. We're 3.5 years into the game right now, in a very early start where everything is quite slow. We started in 1880. Can I make a random guess? Use all your space for names on Warhammer characters. No, even those I forget. And Warhammer was just there to be funny. I don't actually know that much about Warhammer. Still trying to wrap my head around the teachings that gravity is curved space-time. Yeah. I think the warehouse decision was a good one. It's relatively cheap. Why are we sending fewer workers to the kindergarten? What's going on? I know it's at a priority 1. Hospital, school, then kindergarten. I guess the school accepts a ton of workers. We're not going to do kindergarten anymore, school and hospital. And then I guess access workers to... no, not the bus platform, otherwise they're gonna go to construction sites. Which I guess wouldn't be the worst. Almost done with the groundworks of the university, we might be able to start making highly educated people soon. Down to 35 people with low education. No education, basically. Insufficient education, I guess is more correct. They do have some education, but it's not sufficient to work anywhere yet. But I'll get there. Can't believe this is still the auxiliary settlement to the actual megacity. It has to function, it has to make money. Once we start taking loans, we're gonna slap down an incinerator to the rail construction. Pay back the loan, hopefully. I'm hoping we can get the food factory up and running with the current setup. Workers should be able to walk directly onto the food factory to build up the groundworks whenever we tell them to, but they did not have range to walk to the warehouse. That was a problem. Fewer than 50 days for the groundworks of the party HQ. If only we had excavators, everything would be so much cheaper. It's my starter base, yeah. We got money for like 10 more months, basically. Not including resource imports for construction work, I guess. We also need the monument because new migrants basically migrated with low government loyalty, I think. They have to have their government loyalty pushed up to at least 37. So that monument also needs to get built. Or one thing after the other. Food factory, warehouse, ×2 to supply ourselves with local food production. I always thought this game looked very cool. I imagine it gets very complex. Yes. But it is also very customizable. We can start with the basics and then enable things like water and sewage. With the sewage pipes and water pipes. Power lines. Underground power lines, above ground power lines. Crime and justice system, education system. Heating. Seasons, winter, snow plowing. The list goes on. Temperature, yeah. Almost tempted to upgrade my workers and resources to do an early start. Is the DLC on sale? Checking. I have no idea if it's on sale right now. There was a sale recently. There's sales quite often, I think. Can't even start without the truck logistics. Materials just appear where they need. Yeah. Realistic mode where you have to build everything from resources imported from the border is quite difficult. But something that really started drawing me into the game. Before that I liked it, but with realism mode I really got into it. Which was really cool. Next 3 days are gonna be a work week, so probably a different stream. I mean, I might still do workers and resources. I can't guarantee what or what isn't going to happen, so you'll have to excuse any shifts in gaming. I might do another Cairn run, for example. I really like that game. I want to be more competent at it, I guess. I have no idea where I ended that run. I felt like, I mean, I literally got like, I had like a difficulty spike, like a difficulty cliff, I guess, if you will. Realism is super cool, but part of me still likes the old manual realism. Auto build the minimum start town, self build from there. Yeah, it speeds things up. But I can set up with like trucks a settlement in less than a year, so it's fine too. And with horse carriages too, but it would be very small. Would have probably been a lot cheaper than what we did. I have made smaller, cheaper settlements than this. Looks like the groundworks of the university are done. Once the resources are here, we'll keep building. Unemployment rate dropping 15% for low education. I think the ambulance might have not arrived in time, I'm not sure. I thought it would be able to just get onto a footpath here and drive this way, but it went all the way across here for some reason. Weird. Now we're stuck with a lot of like horse carriages from previous construction, not sure what to do. I mean, oh, we still have those workers, I guess. They've been here for a while. Let's help them out and bring them to the city. It's not a lot, but I guess it's gonna get some construction or other things done. Downside with this warehouse is only one delivery space. But we're on the last construction. No, not the last construction phase. It also needs to install a roof, I guess. That's fine. One construction phase for the university. High priority. Hello Project 7, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your Workers and Resources stream? Welcome raiders, I'm the Sprite Word. We're playing Workers and Resources 2, MegaCity 19 Run Restarted Edition. I'm going to build a settlement first this time. MegaCity is waiting for the auxiliary settlement to be set up before we try and start pushing for the middle of the map where we will set up our settlement. How was your run? What have you been up to? I've overbuilt the settlement and I'm running out of money, so loans will have to be taken soon. Planning on using food production and a distillery to stabilize the economy a bit before we go into a hazardous waste incinerator, which will then fund the rail construction. I'll allow myself to buy trains and rail construction vehicles from before 1920 or similar, even in 1880. Small city here is only temporary? Yes. And it's not going to stay that small, it's going to grow to like probably 3,000 people to provide enough workforce to actually build towards the center, because I was really struggling for workforce in my previous run, in my previous attempt. Could not get enough workers from the customs house to make it to the center of the map, while also having like a money positive situation going. So I restarted and decided to build a city right away this time. I spent a little bit too much money on foreign workers, I guess. Did plan and mostly build our tourist village and also start a new big city for that train production. Excellent. Full capacity train production sounds like overkill. I assume you're going to export them and also use them. Hello, kleiner Nebel, welcome. But yeah, good progress. Tons and tons of horse carriages waiting. They finally built that section of road here. That one next, please. I found a new nice layout for running my construction offices at the border. This is basically a dedicated line with only a single incoming connection, and then this is all one way into the customs house. Even for the distribution offices. There are some refueling stations here, but it basically allows the vehicles to not get bunched up too much. And thankfully the customs houses are not bugged like on the Poland map. That was quite annoying, but they were still fast enough, I guess. But yeah, it's gonna take a while to have something like a megacity in our previous megacity run. The auxiliary settlement is there to build it up, but then it will be abandoned and demolished once we get to the center. Are there any more issues with the way citizens move through the customs house? Not that I know, no. The thing that was also expensive in the city that is already running water basically through a water and pipe system. We have running water in this settlement because I wanted to have a food factory and distillery. So that was an additional cost on top of it. Plus building the large school, the large houses. I got a heating plant with a coal storage with a conveyor engine, and yeah, the sewage pipe all the way over there. No treatment plant, just dumping raw sewage into a lake at the border. It's half my problem, half my neighbor's problem, I guess. Currently we're trying to build up the university fast enough before we run out of highly educated workers, but I'll probably have to get more migrants. I don't think it's gonna finish in time. Maybe it will. We'll also see if the happiness and health will stay well, because I'm building this with no real regard for pollution. I think we're gonna ignore pollution mostly. What's burning money? Resource imports for construction. Mostly resource imports for construction. Chemicals for the water treatment plant, I guess. but not much else. We have no industry yet. I'm building that one for them at this moment. Food factory for local supply and distillery for local supply / export. No clothing factory this time. At least not yet. Is it planned for easy money? Oh, waste burning. I thought what's burning money. Yeah, waste burning is planned. We've settled up next to a customs house that will give us around 400 rubles per 2 tons of hazardous waste import. So 200 rubles per ton of hazardous waste, I guess. 225, I think it was. It was the best larger customs house that I could find. The other ones were around 200 rubles for 2 tons, so pretty poor. The previous one we had was 300 tons, but also not as good. Hazardous waste burning is planned. If the food factory and distillery don't make enough money, which I don't think they will, because I will have to set up rail construction first to make that work. But yeah, we'll dedicate one customs house rail connection to just bringing crops to the food factory and distillery, and bringing hazardous waste to the hazardous waste incinerator to the right side of the settlement, I think. So run a train route to the warehouse over this side, a train route to the hill here, which is probably going to have the hazardous waste incinerator in walking distance of the bus stop at least. There will be more houses on this side behind the hospital. And then maybe another train line leading towards the clothing factory, because the clothing factory is always good money. But we need enough workers for that first. No worries. Tiredness is good at this time of day, I guess. Are you gonna go to bed though? Are you gonna have like an early sleep? Wouldn't it be nice to go to bed right now and then stream at 8 AM or something like that? I've done that. It's kind of weird, but it is also kind of cool. You stream for like 4 hours and then you're like, oh yeah, lunch break. That's the plan. Excellent. 8 AM stream. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, a very small looking settlement with overpriced buildings, I guess. Thank you for the follow, Twisted Rocket, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Once we get to like once we get over 500 people and we have like a stable settlement, at that point we'll also start working on the police, courthouse, and prison. And we'll probably get more migrants after we have like a source of income to try and start boosting the loyalty again in our settlement. So we'll start setting up a police station, courthouse here probably, and then prison, and surround it with residential buildings to try and boost the loyalty in it, allowing only the loyal people from after the prison stay to move back into the buildings next to the prison to work in the prison. And then the highly educated people with high loyalty will have to work in the school and university later on. Hello, Surround 8. Welcome. But right now I would like to make some highly educated workers, because it's also very expensive to have to keep getting those. That plus the warehouse, so I can start bringing some crops here instead of importing food. I think carrying crops by horse carriage to the warehouse is going to be cheaper than carrying food to the shopping center. Even if the horses eat some crops to deliver it. And I'll have to produce my own food. At least that's the plan. Then we'll build up the groundworks for the food factory, let them bring all the building materials in, and then build up the warehouse that leads into the shopping center. Food factory right at the shopping center. Can't get any fresher food than that, I guess. Except, I guess, if you leave the warehouse away and just produce directly into the shopping center, maybe. That would be interesting. If you use the very large shopping center in the base game, I wonder if a small food factory directly attached to it could produce food as quickly as the shopping center needs it. "45 workers, 35 tons of food storage." They increased the storage size of meat in those buildings, for sure. Very cool. We need to finish the monument. Otherwise there's currently no loyalty gain whatsoever in the Republic. So people with very low happiness will not get any loyalty anymore. Once they drop below 30 happiness, I think any loyalty boost from a statue doesn't work anymore. They could still gain loyalty from being imprisoned and getting a loyalty boost from loyal wardens, for example, but not monuments. Unemployment has been reduced, most people have gotten their education. Some people actually have full unemployment. Probably you, I would imagine. Yeah, 6 workers without a job. Looks like all workplaces were filled. Even the fire station, apparently. Still need a fire station down here. Move the construction office in that place instead. Oh yeah, after the science time pollution, science time loyalty, we're gonna do a little bit of a test and see how realistic we can build a settlement in regards to ignoring pollution for city planning to some extent. So I think the MegaCity is gonna have the situation where there will be a steel mill surrounded by residential buildings. And that might be fun, if it works. The auxiliary settlement will be torn down as soon as the MegaCity has more population than the auxiliary settlement. And like I said, currently we're planning to maybe get 3,000 workers here. So we have a steady supply of workers to build up the city center, build a rail construction office nearby, get everything functional pretty much. I am planning on I'm like debating, should I have the rail construction office next to the city, which is going to make the resource deliveries take longer, or have the rail construction office right here. Since I'm only planning on building the rightmost track right now, I could in theory just slap the rail construction office somewhere here. And that would speed up resource deliveries quite a lot. Then I would have to bring workers down there and also run a fire station in the area. Ups and downs, I guess. Upsides and downsides. Let me know when that waste storage is done so we can store the hazardous waste in there. I'm so happy that the horse carriage is now pick up large waste containers and small waste containers. That's a cool change. But that got fixed. Alright. Let them do their resource deliveries, I guess, for now. We'll plan our additional fire station over here. Only one is not going to be safe enough, I don't think. This will provide more of a fire coverage than the one next to the heating plant. More for the residential area, water purification. But I don't think we'll build one next to the production area. This one should be able to cover that. I hope. So yeah, slow start. We get 30 years until the trucks start showing up. 1912, I think, was the first one. So we got some time to get familiarized with horse carriages, but we will be able to use trains. I will allow myself to switch off the vehicle availability to all at that point, and then purchase trains from 1920 or thereabouts. LTC rail construction vehicle. Maybe a slightly faster one with higher capacity when we want to build towards the city center, like the map center. Or maybe I'll have to get towards, like, I don't know, making my own trains. Or buy a used train, but I don't think they start showing up there until they actually become available. Come on guys, university. It's high priority. Also new attempt at a settlement design, trying to like create a couple more clusters of things. So we have like our industry cluster, we have a shopping cluster. They connect. We have our water cluster, and then they're not like fully like alongside each other. But we can use that with housing to fill out the gaps, I guess. And maybe showing up with some green spaces. That could also happen. Still need to upgrade some of the footpaths here. Once we have more workers. I had to look it up, as it's an interesting fact. I guess railroads started appearing in Russia in the early 1830s. 1830 MegaCity will have to wait a little bit longer though. I'm not that confident with horse carriages yet to be able to slap another 50 years onto the run, I guess. If we pause construction for a bit, maybe the prices are going to recover. What price went up? I don't trust it. I'll wait. Quarried stone is cheap. Oil is cheap. Didn't change price much yet. Iron is going up a little bit. Crops is going up. That one we're trying to deal with. And that's about it. Coal, I guess. Coal is going down. In 1890, will you reset to the year 1880? No. I set up the vote for people to select the year we start in, and then we're just going to go through. There will be no time resets. How about an 1830 run with Time Master 4X? That's like... Wait. Aren't we then faster than what we are right now? Like 30 years times 4 is 120, so once we get to like 1910, we would already be in 1950 with, wait, 120 plus 1830, 150. 1950 would be. That would be too fast. We want more time. Oh, 1 day lasts 4 days. Oh. So a fourth X, I guess. But that also means you get flashbanged 4 times when the snow starts melting. I don't like that. If they fix the seasons, skipping, resetting at the end of the day, then maybe. And I guess for the people who use earthquakes, they would also have to fix the earthquakes at that point, I guess. But no, I don't. I mean, yes, I would use it, but like I said, with those issues, not right now. Transporting crops with horse carriages is... ugh. Ideally, we would use a distribution office for that whole thing. I mean, our first research is going to be distribution offices, I guess. Once we have like at least 25% higher educated workers, we can maybe throw in a research. Too much mods for Bright, but you can't admit that. I already tried that one, Time Master 4X. I think it was different though. Was it Time Master at that point? I had a mod that like repeated the days multiple times. I don't know if it changed the time progression in normal. I had one that repeated the same day 4 times in a row. And whenever the season changed from winter to spring, it reset the day and made it back snowy. So you were like, oh yeah, spring is here, and then you get flashbang. Calendar flow. Ah. That's a different one then. I guess I'll have to look at Time Master 4X. But I would assume it would behave fairly similar. Maybe. And yes, too many mods, of course. Can't have that. I guess angry did mean calendar flow. Maybe, yeah. Then that's it. Then that's a mod I already tried and it didn't work so well for me. Unfortunately. I would have liked longer days in general. But yeah, it didn't quite work. Goodness, crops and wagons. what the farm field ratio is for horses era. I have tried it in the previous balanced version where the carts had half capacity and I wasn't able to harvest with one farm 5 fields, so... But it also was lack of workers, I guess. Just a modifier for hour and daylings would be nice, yeah. The whole time progression through the year could be separate from the workings of the Republic, which it already pretty much is. That I wouldn't mind. Okay, you know what? You're also going to focus on the monument. Because no one's getting any loyalty right now. And once we drop down to less than 30, it's going to be a problem. But we will try and keep loyalty high through means of mostly like dealing with the crime rate, I think. Not with spamming monuments, I believe. At least that's the plan. Can those not be modded, especially the owlings? I don't think so. I think the whole economic system is probably tied to the current progression speed of the days, so there might be a lot of stuff tied, a lot of other things also tied to it. I would assume. Wait, right. This gets accepted even if you don't click it. Like even if you don't accept it, it like changes the setting. Which is kind of unfortunate. Now I can't get any more achievements. So you change this and you, even without accepting it, accepts it. Right. Industrial loan soon. We're building up the food industry, but yes, a loan will happen soon. Building up the warehouse to start importing crops very soon. And then we can hopefully stop importing food very soon if the food factory can start running, and also alcohol soon after. From what I've heard, it's rather unstable, breaks a lot of the in-game clocks. Especially for earthquakes. If you have the if you have to set it up like 4 times as many days, the earthquakes also repeats 4 times, which can be a bit of a problem. All right, university, let's go. 26 highly educated workers. Let's make use of it while we can. Pretend your country's on the fault line. I have played it that way. I've also watched Rubber Duck play recently, and I was complicit in redeeming a lot more earthquakes than what his poor republic could handle. So we'll try to get to 25% or more highly educated workers. And then afterwards we might research distribution offices, which gives us the ability to, first of all, send resources towards the city, the map center if we need to, without having to set up a fuel infrastructure here, or even bring like refueling horse feed down that way. And secondly, it allows us to set up distribution offices in the local area, so we don't just run everything on the 3 distribution offices that we currently have. Our country is not on a default line, our country is on the default line, because we're going to default soon. Highly educated in 1883, wears clean clothes, equals wearing clean clothes. Maybe, I mean they still had scholars back then, I guess. I think that is a little bit facetious. And you should apologize. I wonder if the loyalty boost is possible without the secret police. It would be quite challenging though. Well, let's see if some party officials show up to work. I've got 6 of them in here too. There we go. I could prevent people with a basic education moving in so they would stay at home and continue studying. But yeah, it's not gonna work right now. Yeah, I'm sorry, scholars. Sheesh, they're a touchy bunch. It's a lot of construction for 500k. Not really, I mean... The resource prices are quite a bit lower, but the foreign worker cost is still very high. I guess. Could have been better. We focused on too large, I guess, too soon. But just means we have to make the loan count, I guess. 2.2 million is gonna get us somewhere. It's 3 times the amount we started with, so no problem, including inflation. Once we have another residential building set up, we can get more migrants from the west and tell them to build up the food factory for us. Meanwhile, we will start sending resources into the warehouse by distribution office. Ideally, it would be a direct line, but I don't trust it, I gotta say. I'm probably gonna switch over to a direct line until we have the rail line connected. But yeah, more people living here is also going to increase our loan capacity. 343 is migrant worker only. That's population. We have 217 workers currently. 127 children. Lots of kids, yeah. All of which want a university education. And hopefully we can provide that, because we need more highly educated people. bad for them. The world needs ditch diggers too. Yeah, also. Did you set up an open storage for bricks, steel boards, etc.? No. I'm picking up from the border and carrying it directly to the area. There's no storage for that here. We're 1.5 kilometers away from the border. It does increase logistics cost, but I didn't want to set up resource storages because the capacity for the carriages is so small that I didn't feel the need to split up like deliveries from the border to the storage and then from the storage to the construction site. Would have been a bit more overkill, I guess. No more unemployment due to low education. Everyone has gone through the school education, meaning we could get more migrants. Which we will do once the next building is up, I guess. Which is gonna handle the food factory afterwards. Basic education only. Most of those buildings will be switched over to higher education because this is the cluster with the education system. And then behind the hospital and university would be the cluster for the crime and justice system. We will have housing over here for the food factory pretty much. We'll just have to set up like another substation. And maybe water and sewage. But the housing can grow. We'll probably be able to run the food factory and distillery at full capacity. Just need to provide the workers. We can start it with some housing lining the inside over here. Even next to the heating plant I would be fine with that. Basic education of course, but yeah. Like I said, pollution doesn't exist. It's an illusion. We'll just put houses everywhere. That'll be fine. So I hope that we will get some people with higher education through and start slowly accelerating towards the fact that we have more than 30 higher educated citizens. We have to watch the graph of the higher educated citizens carefully. This must start increasing at some point. The migrants will slowly fade away, but if they create more people with higher education, then everything is going to be alright. And we must make sure that they can move in somewhere. Currently there's no room for them. I mean, that's not correct. Currently they can move in here, I guess, but this building is assigned to do all sorts of things, which is not related to higher education, I guess. So we gotta be careful with that. Long way to travel for one border brick. Yep. It sure is. I feel like the ambulances might not be arriving fast enough. Because they're taking a weird detour. I feel like. Maybe it is faster. But I would assume they would have just like run down the road and get in here maybe. All materials for the current construction phase are present. Now, if only we had a reliable source of workers at the bus stop. Deactivate the building for now until they've delivered all materials. And we can finish it. Get more migrants with US currency. And I guess we'll start taking out a loan. Let's take out a chunky loan so I don't have to worry about it through winter. That should last us easily through winter into next year. If we're planning on rail construction somewhere here, coaling station nearby, delivery of water directly from the water well, like the pump here, small water pipe, could give us access to a coaling station on that side. And then one line would turn left, going to the food factory, and one would go right to the incinerator. Repair station of vehicles, I guess, would have to be here too, so there would be a junction in front of this. So one would like travel along this side past the houses, I think, hooking up into this area. So I guess we'll have some train tracks going through this residential area here. Partially. Oh, I thought it was raising it. It was actually lowering it. Wow, okay, sure. I actually thought that was a hill. Cool. I mean, that works. The game was not happy and immediately hard crashed. I don't know what was going on there. It did not like what I was doing. Very strange. It's just messing around with train tracks, come on game. We've done that before. It usually works fine. 4 minutes ago. I'm gonna have to do the whole train track terraforming again. No! Oh well. That looks like a hill. Like a valley, I mean. I thought I was raising the terrain, but I guess not. I guess we're lowering it. Could run this with an end station, but I think the end station looks kind of silly. So yeah, we'll set up a coaling station that will provide coaling to both lines. And maybe in the future this will also run past the warehouse into a clothing factory. Or the same warehouse will just hold some fabric. I don't think I'll have a fabric factory. But maybe. Usually don't build a fabric factory until way later. Are there larger horse and carts or just one size? There's only one size. There are no larger horse carriages. I was hoping for some more modern ones with like rubber tires, but I think that might be up to modders. So I don't think we're going to be seeing those. Hello, Atra. Welcome. There's our warehouse, just food. Yeah, looks like we're gonna be able to make enough highly educated workers to keep this going without having to get more migrants. It looks like the current people getting educated should have enough time to finish their education, and then, well, we do have to move them into buildings that actually make sense, I guess. We'll start unassigning this and letting them work wherever it makes sense. But yeah, the highly educated workers will move into this building, I guess. I could also assign the university with highest priority, which would push the highly educated workers into the university if there's space for them. Just looked it up. 64 horse mods. Looks like there's some to have a variety. If they work correctly, who knows. There have been horse mods before, with the old animation style with the rotating horse wheels. I'm not sure how much of them are recent. Like the modern horses, I guess. People must be into it. One was posted January 9th. Well then, it's recent, I guess. It was said that the horses are moddable, so people can make their own horses, I guess. We might be lagging behind a little bit on having like a profitable industry, but the waste incinerator is still going to show up fairly soon. I guess we could start building that one too. As long as it's in range of the local fire station, it should be fine. I was thinking of building it on the hill here, leaving this area for residential buildings that can then walk into it if they want to. They will not really have any choice in that matter, I don't think. But if we build this close to residential buildings, then we have to make sure that the hazardous waste is not stored anywhere outside of the incinerator. And it is going to produce a ton of pollution, for sure. It would be something that we could run once we make sure we have enough highly educated workers, because then the low population, the life expectancy would be acceptable. Right now, if I were to run it, we would probably run out of highly educated workers quite quickly. And that would be unfortunate. Come on, some workers in the hospital, some workers in the school. How difficult can it be? 24 highly educated workers only. There's 2 more in here, I guess. I'll assign you to work in the party HQ. Nah, that's not gonna work. There's too many assignments for you already. Relocate all of you. Relocate the highly educated people back. They're gonna be super unhappy about this. And relocate you in here. There. Thankfully, no one escaped with that. Some of the students are way too old. And I don't have a student hall. I probably need to set that up too, so they can keep studying past the age of 21. That would make the studying a lot more reliable, but also fill up the building with a lot of people who can't work for a rather long time. But I still think this is useful, so I think we'll build it. Where? That's the question. I guess next to the shopping center might make sense. Yeah, that way we will have a pool of highly educated people that can continue studying until they're done. Instead of like stopping at 1.99 education out of 2 and then growing up to the age of 21 and cancelling their studies. You're gonna finish your education. There you go. Where are you gonna move into? Student hall might be overkill, but I think it's still going to be useful to have. Like I said, we're going to try and mostly go towards highly educated workers anyway. But let me build this with the housing in mind. We're going to have like basically a housing block here of several housing units. So I think the student hall at that point would not align with the grocer, but the houses instead. I really don't know how much heating capacity we can have left, because this thing seems to already be busy. But if we check the heat water tank, we're still over 80, so we got plenty of spare capacity. It's only -7, but it's still pretty cold, I guess. It'll get colder though. As long as we're over 70, we can expand, I guess. Garbage container. Hazardous waste storage, please. Thank you. Now the hospital has somewhere to put its hazardous waste all the time without using the internal storage container. I'll let one more vehicle go here and pick it up so it looks empty on the overview, on the map layer. Still at 26 highly educated workers. It did not go up or down yet. I guess one person left and one person got educated. I hope they can get it under control. If this starts dropping below 25, we will have to get more migrants for this. Why are you going all the way over there for this entrance instead of using one on this side? It's so weird. I must have broken the pathing with the many junctions in this area, I guess, so it's trying to go to this one but then goes all the way around. Very strange. Our school is ready for more migrants. We could also withhold migrants right now and just reduce the amount of teachers in the area, allowing more party officials inside the university to educate people. Which I guess has a bit of a higher priority right now. Or more people working as a doctor, I guess. 3% health. You lucked out. A doctor showed up. Yeah, reduce the amount of workers in the school right now, try and work the party HQ until we stabilize the amount of highly educated we have. And don't get more migrants for the moment, because that would be just too many. So this train track curves around, follows the road somewhat, and makes its way to the settlement. Now I wish I still have left the workers up here to allow me to terraform, I guess. Can I terraform this way? Oh yeah, okay, sure. Let's see. Get this going. Road connection here. And then it basically would cut across the road somewhere like this. But we still need the coaling station. The coaling station will need water and electricity to run, as far as I know. So we'll either have to do a weird curvy road. Can't terraform. Only in the other direction, I guess. This way? Yeah. That works. Still very bumpy, I guess. But as a temporary rail line, it's probably going to do fine. So if I build the coaling station slightly further south, I mean, we could also set up 2 coaling stations. I could set up one facing this direction, making it work as a passing track as well. Right next to the kindergarten, so the children have a really good sleep. Hello 50, welcome. So if we're planning for 150 meter long trains for this area, that would be sufficient. Single passing track. Return track as well. And then theoretically we could have up to 2 trains running up here, and they could drive past each other through the coaling station. That would be the first train line. The second one would then have to go up here, I guess. Somewhere this way, through the city. With the incinerator in mind. So the rail construction office, I guess we'll build here. For now. Oh, this new republic's prospering faster than the previous one. Yeah, because we're focused on the settlement. However, I already had to take out a loan, so that's not all glamourful, I guess. But I think we'll be able to make it work. Next residential building is up. All the workers here are supposed to build up the food factory for the time being. More migrants could be gotten right now. What are you producing? Nothing right now. The plan is to produce food and alcohol. That is what we want to produce. Delivered by train, crops from the border. I'll start filling up the warehouse already with some deliveries by horse carriage. Because the train deliveries are going to take a while. And the construction of the industries will as well. But yeah, that's what we're planning. Followed by waste incineration. Maybe the hazardous waste incinerator is going to be somewhere on this end. So we bring workers here by a horse carriage and they incinerate in this location. I mean, I don't want to have two trains then if I would block the import of the grain, I guess. So the hazardous waste would also have to be handled with a single train only. Is producing bricks and exporting it profitable in the long or short term? If your logistical efficiency is good enough, yes. You need to move a lot of volume. If you compare the price of the early start brick factory, 10 tons of coal make 15 tons of bricks, so 1 unit of coal becomes 1.5 units of bricks basically. So if you take the price of coal, which you buy for 10, you can sell for 22, and you get like another half of that on top of it, so basically 30. So you're turning 10 rubles into 30 rubles with the brick factory, the early start one. You just have to make sure that the logistics are cheap enough to run, because carrying like coal is expensive and carrying bricks is like the volume is like the problem with that. But in general, the factory should be fine if you don't run into a slump with the resources, I guess. That's a good profit margin, yeah. Can you make cobble roads with the bricks? Absolutely, yes. There are cobble roads and they do use bricks. Gravel and bricks. They're not so good in winter, but otherwise they work like an asphalt road. $27, amount of higher educated went up. Very good. I guess I'll skip on the student hall until we want to set up loyalty. I'm not going to do that right now. We'll focus our efforts on food production and alcohol for export and local supply. I'll probably store a little bit of alcohol in here and have a horse carriage wait until unloaded, I guess. So later on, maybe a clothing factory on this side then, if the incinerator is going to be closer to the customs house, which I think makes sense. I don't want the incinerator near the residential area. I think it's too polluting for that too. If you show me a real-life example of a hazardous waste incinerator running full tilt in a residential area, then maybe I'll build it, but probably not. But yeah, we'll set up the rail construction, simple, over here. That should leave enough room to build past it, I think. Or over here. Yeah, we'll build it here, that's fine. We can build the train tracks off of that place, send the resources to the rail construction office, and it will have workers locally. It's only a temporary setup, like always. And later on we might build like a larger rail construction office and allow ourselves access to one of the more not faster necessarily, but like carrying more resources. Because building to the center, we need to be able to carry a ton of resources to reduce the amount of times we drive back and forth. Alright, now we're waiting on the food factory, I guess. You are setting up the food factory, but you don't have enough workers yet. I don't want to get any current migrants from third world countries, because the university seems to be working quite well. And I don't want to divert workers to the school right now. So I guess we'll just sit here and wait on natural population growth. Maybe you can help with the construction of the food factory, please. Sure, that's, I guess, flat enough. Don't think we need any water or sewage here. Electricity is also provided. And we can set up housing once we need it. We still have one large residential building almost ready to go. However, I'll deactivate the workers being sent here. You need to get unassigned. Stop auto-searching resources. Like construction sites, I mean. Stop that. Focus on the food factory, please. Oh yeah, and I guess this also needs to be built. We'll wait until the gas station is empty and put the road in on that side, I guess. New fire station is up. A little bit more fire coverage is not gonna hurt us. May I ask, where do you learn about the logistics? Because I really suck at it. I learned mostly from experimentation, like brute forcing it, I guess, trying stuff out and seeing how it worked. You could also ask streamers, so generic questions, or join some people's Discord and like post examples. Some people do accept that, I guess. I can answer questions, I guess, or try to, I guess. That looks nicer. Also specific YouTube tutorials on many topics. Yeah, the Bald Show, for example, has a lot of YouTube videos. I've not looked at them, I don't think, except for the... I looked at the waste one because he had access to the waste update before anyone else did, and I was really excited at it. Excited for that one at the time. But I don't know the other ones. "29 highly educated, numbers going up. Looks good. Very nice." Pollution is going to be an issue for the settlement, but that's the plan. That's why we have a large hospital already. We'll just slap down a lot of houses. I'm going to use the trick from the Lucky Leader to get the perfect line spacing, which is copy two buildings. Hopefully not the footpaths of it. And then you can place them like that. And that is pretty much the correct line spacing, or like, not line spacing, but like spacing between the houses, I guess. So that works quite well. Now it's nice and clean and has the same spacing and orientation everywhere. And I made it a little bit of like, not completely straight because, well, it wasn't supposed to be. Barracks 2.0? Yes. Giant, large barracks. 145 workers each. Running the food factory, distillery, and otherwise being a large amount of work capacity for running anything in our city. Basic education only for now. I think next to the train tracks it makes sense. Yeah, crop imports by horse carriage are not gonna go very well for very long. That's for sure. can all still reach the bus stop.
Probably needs their own kindergarten too at some point.
This capacity might be not enough in the future.
Once we're at over 15 children in here, then we can easily increase this to 15, because each staff member would at least like deal with one child in the building, providing enough efficiency of the kindergarten, I guess, without us having to worry about the capacity at that point. Where are the temporary villages? I don't think we're gonna have any temporary villages. The monument is finally done. Great. Now we also have a little bit of loyalty gain. As long as the people's happiness is high enough, they will gain some loyalty from this. But we probably need more. Way more. Loyalty boost, exactly. If we drop below 37, then we have to add more monuments, I think. Okay, you can pick up workers again. And hopefully bring them to the correct building, the food factory this time, to do the groundworks. Shoving red stars and giant monuments in front of every citizen. If only I had that research, yeah. Even this passing track might not be necessary. It is kind of like planning for if we have a clothing factory that requires a dedicated train, or if the production is so fast that multiple trains make sense. We're only building a single line through here in the beginning anyway, but maybe we need to at some point. Happiness rate is way better than in the previous Republic. Yes, this time I was focusing more on building quality. These structures have a housing quality of 80, which means that the average happiness should be higher than 70 in most cases, unless the building requires maintenance fairly soon. The more wear and tear a building has, the lower the happiness. But yeah, crime is also forming. No electronics for our population. The rest seems fine. I also need more attraction buildings. But yeah, the higher education is working well. I'm glad we got that under control. We need at least, let's say 60, 70 highly educated workers, depending on how much the population will grow until then. Alright, let's also make the Republic a little bit more colorful, I guess. To fight crime, you need to build an orphanage, police station, courthouse, and prison. We'll do all of that, except the orphanage will have to wait. But yes, all of those buildings will be built eventually. However, right now I need to start making money. And the other thing was the incinerator. Maybe I can just drop the incinerator here and run like a rail line into it. The hazardous waste at the customs house was not that great anyway.
I mean, a fire station incinerator would work without power or water. We could bring in water by horse carriage. The sewage, I guess we would have to carry away too. And power, like, if we build here, we would also have to set up a fire station, I guess. I don't want to build in front of the future train track, if I can help it. But I guess this should be alright. Maybe here. For coaling this train, we'll have to always go to the coaling station. I'm not going to build one for this area, I guess. That would be like the simplest of like setups, I guess. And I guess I can hook up the connection on this side too, so it can get to the coaling station. I think that would be quite simple and easy. Just gotta make sure it has enough room to not block the track, I guess. It's not gonna be much longer than the train platform, so I think this would be even enough already. Goodbye 50. Have a good day. Train refueling, water and coal, yeah. I'll get a electric substation. We'll have to deliver workers to this area, so we'll probably get a free bus platform. Because the fire station also needs to be run. And the water and sewage are going to be handled by horse carriages. Probably technical service directly. I mean, they can pick up water from here, but actually they can bring it to the sewage discharge. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, that will work. No problem. And this will hopefully deal with our loan and money situation. We'll need a train depot as well. We'll need a repair station for said train depot. Maybe if I get rid of one of those houses, I could place it here. Road connection would be awkward though. I would have to go across the train tracks. Not really a fan of that. Alternatively, we built the repair station somewhere here. And then there would be a turn into that area. But yeah, I guess we will need the train depot too. Otherwise this couldn't run. So we'll have to plan for it. And we also need a repair station for our horse carriages, which I guess is a little bit more important, as our vehicles slowly accumulate wear and tear. We got some that have 40% already, so we better get that one set up right now. Okay, horse repair station. Someone next to the warehouse? I thought at the entrance. It doesn't need a lot. It doesn't need any warehouses or anything. It just needs to be set up and start working, I guess. If I want to have distribution offices, then they should be around this, I guess. Because then the repair would be very much optimized. So probably we might have to move that in the future, but it's a very cheap building. It'll be fine. Right now I'm mostly concerned about our vehicles like becoming too damaged over time. I'll just drop it here, I guess. Yeah, that'll give us the option of building other buildings around it. Maybe not on the lower side, but I don't want to like move it here right now. We might change that in the future. This is decent priority, but it's very cheap. And yeah, we'll just deliver steel, some boards and fabric to it, and it's gonna start repairing our horse carriages. This Oak City is getting a lot bigger than I thought it was needed. I'm planning on 3,000 citizens, probably. Because it needs to start producing money a lot. Like, we need a lot of money to actually set up the town center, city center. And it's also going to provide the population to help us move in. Hello, Super Deno. Welcome. Your favorite Anno 1800 streamer? Well, I don't think you have a lot of Anno 1800 streamers then. I'm sorry to hear that, I guess. I mean, police, courthouse, prison was supposed to be somewhere here. Then I guess on this side of the fire station we could have the depot and the vehicle repair for the depot. Maybe with a warehouse this time? That would make sense. Somewhere here. Nested behind the water pumps. But then it gets in the way of like... Actually, yeah, I'm not going to care about this too much. The carpenter and veterinary can move easily. This is going to be more permanent. I'll be fine. This will probably move already in a couple years. Train depot. That's then where our trains would get repaired. That was not what I wanted, but Hey, I tried clicking and seeing if it would solve my issues. It did not. Only train repairs, pretty much. If we want a warehouse for resources, then the carpenter will have to move at that point. But yeah, this is going to be train repairs, low priority. Has a fire station nearby. It's going to keep it nice and protected, I guess. That is a lot of workers here for no reason. It's on low priority. How are there so many workers here? Who's assigned to this? Oh, the free construction office is still assigned. Just a food factory, please. That one is on medium priority, thank you. Power line, water and sewage handling by a technical service until the building isn't needed anymore. And we'll start rail construction fairly soon. I have to do the groundworks of the rail construction office. Veterinarian carpenter first, though. That one is quite important. How are we looking on highly educated? 32, very good. Still going up. I hope you finish your higher education before you turn 21, otherwise it's going to be a lot of wasted time. And that's what a student hall would solve, I guess. I think it's just too early for that, but you'll probably finish your education next session. In general, it's still going up though, which is fine. Almost done with the resource deliveries to the food factory. Do you think you can construct buildings with horses in a reasonable amount of time, or does it take far too long? What are your experiences? You can build buildings in a reasonable amount of time, you just have to be happy with low density. This is high density housing and some medium density housing. You have to lower your expectations, like getting a 500 villager settlement up. It's gonna take a while. I like the pace. I wasn't prepared for the pace at this moment. But I really like the slower pace. Like, It basically gives you like a sense of scale once you like get used to it, where you start developing like an appreciation for the different scope of the buildings. Because low density housing is usually underrepresented, but it works really well for the horses. The low quality rural flats are very cheap to build, and you can set these up with horses very quickly. I'm just going for a large settlement. I'm skipping basically the whole set up a small settlement to get the medium and then large settlement going. I'm jumping straight to the large settlement, I guess. Although it's still slow. But yeah. I was struggling running a 1000 citizen settlement with horses, with water deliveries by horses, etc. Those things should not be an issue anymore, I don't think. The horse police stations are nice and small. Probably need multiples of these, but I guess in the beginning it'll be fine. It's gonna be 30 years until trucks. Yes, the horse police station is gonna be fine. We'll probably set up 2 of them. We'll need a small courthouse. There's only one option. That one will have to go into the residential area to be run by some highly educated people at that point. So we'll have to find a place for this. And then the prison. The prison, small one, will start making people very loyal. Why did the game crash again? What the hell? I just stopped terraforming for a brief moment and restarted, and it did not like that at all. Maybe it's time to call it soon. 2 crashes in one evening. Again, 5 minutes ago. Was it the click during terraforming right on the autosave? Man. I don't remember what I did during that time. Did I do anything that, like, was important? I don't think I did. I was, like, talking to chat. Which is very important, but, like, I mean for the Republic. I don't think I did anything else. So you need a connection going into this, pretty much. Okay, that works. So I don't have to worry about that. Which means I can just drag a rail line from this train depot straight, and it would hook up into a corner here somewhere. And then this one we can then hook up to this. And we got a junction. For the Republic. For chat. Indeed. So anyone can go to the train depot. And we can have one incoming and one outgoing track with a signal, just to make sure that multiple trains don't block each other here in any way. Thank you, thank you. So that's going to deal with train repairs and, well, getting trains into the Republic. That one I changed to 3 workers, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you're not going to finish your education, you're too late. Neither will you. Make room for the other ones. I guess I could also make it a wider corner to look a little bit more normal. No, I think this is fine. Well, 3,000 citizens require another grocery in other stores. Just another grocer. We will set up extra grocers soon. We won't need any other stores. Like, they don't want that much clothing. They mostly want food and meat. Speaking of which, we're almost out of food here. So hopefully we can start with the production of food soon. Otherwise we'll be running into problems of starvation, which is not good for morale. Hello Newton, welcome. Yeah, we'll have to see how long the train is going to be before we build the train line into the incinerator. Very funny, 1884, and you can sell electronic. Well, radios, I guess. Radio invention, mid-1890s. Guglielmo Marconi? Sure. I earned your pay. Yes. Thank you. Very helpful. The police station won't start working until we're over 20% higher educated. Every other highly educated worker needs to go to pretty much work in the university, ideally. I'm gonna unassign you from working anywhere and hope you like pick the right workplaces. This might be a mistake, we'll see. Making money yet? No. Even the food factory is not gonna make us money, it's there to reduce the import need for food. The distillery is for the first building that is supposed to make us money, after it has supplied enough resources for the Republic to provide enough drink. I am not happy with the amount of food in here. What's going on? Why is there only one horse carriage going here, and why is it... Game, what are you doing? Alcohol, food, meat. Alright, copy it to you, I guess. Good time to introduce the Pony Express, yeah, apparently. People are not going to be happy. There will be some starvation. We'll hopefully get it fixed soon. Once the food factory is up, they can start producing food locally, and we can switch over to crop deliveries only. This is about 30 tons of food, I think. No, because it also has electronics, so it's always going to complain even if everything else is there. I'm not providing electronics, so it would always spit out that message. But for grocers I will set that up, yes. So you are going to run the food factory, and then you can send workers elsewhere after it's done. So far you have had no work because I turned off the amount of workers inside the building, but it's gonna change. If only you could toggle which goods you can notify. Yeah, like in a warehouse, having checkboxes in front of it would be nice, but it also means that, like, gives you like an encouragement to separate out the stores, I guess. Which is why I usually like using grocers. Probably gonna have a grocer here in this field. Moving the grocer in and getting a road through the footpath. Out of food again. But soon we'll produce our own. With train connection as well. Up to 30 workers. More than what this building can provide. But it's going to be a start. Should the factory at some point be full, you can send your workers elsewhere, of course. And they're pulling the food from the warehouse to the shopping center. As long as there's no queue in front of the building, then they don't do that. So it has to stabilize first with some food deliveries, giving everyone supplies again, and then they can start delivering from the warehouse again. But yeah, hopefully this will help, and hopefully we can turn off food imports soon. Maybe after we get the train line. Next up would be the distillery. Still waiting on all the resource deliveries here to complete. After which we can also build that up and also provide workers to it. Similar concept, except we would store some alcohol in here and load all the alcohol with the train after we've waited until unloaded for crops, and then load back like 10%, so there's always some alcohol here that we don't have to worry about like exporting all the alcohol on accident. So 10% of the capacity of the train would always be put back into the storage. So we always have alcohol available locally. And I don't need to use a distribution office for this. Coaling station, low priority, don't build it right now. Just want to make sure it's connected, so we don't forget about it. Water connection from this water pump into the building as well. No problem. That is unpurified water with no chemical treatment. Really bad for steam locomotives, but it is okay in the game. All groundwork materials for the carpenter are ready. Get that one started. We'll probably switch the deliveries of food to the warehouse, and it should only help if we drop below 10%. No more food deliveries to the shopping center directly. And then the other distribution office basically has the same target, I guess. This one... No, this one's only doing crops, that's fine. But yeah, if we have less than 7 tons of food in the warehouse, I guess someone should send some food over here. Otherwise, we'll rely only on local food production. Hopefully. Crop deliveries are not going to be sufficient, of course, because of how slow it is. But we're also currently filling up the warehouse first, so we're overproducing the food that we need. That might actually be fine with the horse carriages. But ideally, we'll get it to run with trains fairly soon. "37 highly educated, down to 36. But the general amount is still increasing. Here it says 37. Interesting. I guess that one hasn't updated yet. But yeah, the amount of highly educated workers we have is growing, so that's good. Everything seems to be on track. I think allowing these workers to go wherever also had a good effect. Because those 6 extra highly educated workers can now go anywhere. And we'll just have to make sure we keep enough room for them so they can move into places. Road construction is going to be expensive, but I I think it's going to be necessary. So first we'll finish the carpenter. This one is definitely temporary until we figure out a more useful place for it. Afterwards the rail construction office to start building the track, and then the train depot and the vehicle repair station here after that. They're still getting all of their groundwork materials delivered. It just means whenever we open up the workers on the construction site, or letting them bring workers from the bus platform. Almost enough resources for the next residential building too. Okay, who's delivering here? Hugh, warehouse. 10% only. Stop cramming this warehouse full of resources. 10%, not 100. 10%. Let me know when the warehouse runs empty, because then immediately our shopping center is also out. Which is not ideal, but that's the way it's set up right now. Once we have more grocers in the settlement, it's going to be a little bit less stressful, I guess, because then we'll pick up food from here and deliver it to the grocer, and the warning is going to trigger while the grocers still have food. We'll be able to have a distribution office nearby, which can do the distribution of food and meat. Have a direct route for the horse carriage that supplies meat to the refrigerated storage, and then one vehicle that just picks it up and distributes it in the settlement. I might even pick up food and tell it to distribute. Pick up food and bring it to the shopping center. Just so the warehouse runs empty before the internal storage runs out, I guess. This coaling station can also be used in both directions. A vehicle going to the customs house can also use the coaling station first. I think this is a simple rail setup. Mostly single track, but it should work. Passing track because coaling station, etc. I think makes sense. We're still building a lot, so money is still going down fairly quickly. Still need the fire station here. Once the fire station is built up, then we start bringing workers here, which will build up the groundworks and the rest of the buildings. Why no transfer yard in between station and incinerator? What do you mean transfer yard? I'm only planning to run a single train here, because this is a single connection for this whole setup. The other two tracks are for going out. So we're only wanting to block the grain deliveries occasionally, not multiple times. Hello, Mega Monkey. I found a new trick base, by the way. I found the Mega Bin trick. I don't know if you know the Mega Bin trick yet. You might know it under a different name, though. I figured it out when I ran out of the amount of bus stops I could place. But the Mega Bin is basically the large waste dump. And the cool thing about that is, if you place all 5 of them, Mega Bin trick. Very excellent trick, yeah. It's a really, really big bin. A single track spur takes notes. Excellent work. Thank you. Oh no, Mega's gonna abuse it. He would not do that, no. Mega doesn't abuse things, Mega just uses them to their full efficiency. I was a little bit late on the horse repairs, but I think we're still going to be fine. They're not going to go to 100%, but they were at 40%. I usually like repairing them at 20. Don't show it to the devs. I mean, they haven't done it for the bin trick either, so... But the cool thing is, like, once the build, like, I tried it with the bus stops, but you need to place 15 of them before you can do it, I guess. Is the other, like, the open storages are not limited, so there it wouldn't work. I mean, you can overlap them, I guess. So it still works, I guess. But for the waste storages, you just place 5 and then you can do it wherever, I guess. Aggregate storages are also free, but they're also unlimited. Bin trick is hard to fix. There's no incentive for the devs to fix it anyway. Yeah. Similar to the airfield one, I guess. We could make it really like normal slow digging for the airfield, but then people are not going to use aircraft anymore. It's like similar issue. The runway trick has to be strong to ensure that they are flat and smooth, yeah. Health is good, happiness is over 70, crime is incoming, but we're planning on dealing with it soon. Probably... Should I set up like... It feels so weird setting up horse police stations. I think they're more for like villages, I guess, but I think these ones have a lot shorter range, which is kind of cool, so they don't drive out too far. I mean, we'll try it with a single one, see how many criminals it'll produce. Should be able to cover everything we've built so far anyway. And I think it still has the same amount of slots as a regular police station. Just fewer worker capacity, I guess. Which could be a problem. But also it doesn't require any heating, which is good. Do we have a track builder then? I'm gonna get an LTC as soon as we have the Royal Construction Office. Which is not gonna happen today. Because it's getting quite late for that. I would like to finish the horse veterinary and set it up though. So we can get started on the repairs of our horse carriages. And then next time we'll do the track building for the efficient delivery of crops to our food factory and distillery. We'll set up the waste incinerator to start making some money. First the fire station though. Oh, you know what? Assign this bus platform and we'll run a bus route. How about that? Bus route with horse carriages. You wait until you have at least one person on board and then you just run this route. Don't go to the depot anymore. And you'll build up this area. First you'll finish the fire station because it's assigned directly to the bus platform. And we'll get a message once that is done. And you can bring a fire engine to it. And then everything else will get built, I guess. Single monument city right now. 43 low government loyalty. I wonder if that's going to get better. But I only have one monument. It's probably going to get worse once the crime starts kicking in. There's not a lot of complaints. Crime is the biggest one. I need a courthouse and I need the prison. Everything was supposed to be somewhere here, I guess. Yeah, it's about center. Get the courthouse set up here. And then a prison too. And I guess we could make the prisoners work in the heating plant if we really, really wanted to. I still think the loyalty work is more important, but options would be there, I guess. It's super wonky. Do I want it that way? Not really. Probably aligned with the footpath of the hospital instead of the heating plant. Sure. We'll upgrade the footpath leading to the prison. Still have to upgrade the footpath leading through here as well. And then the one coming from this side. Nope, not that one. Sorry. I did say I wanted a grocer here and didn't want to upgrade the footpath yet. I revert my statement. Put a dirt footpath in here. And change this back to a dirt footpath, thank you. Okay. I mean, the percentage of highly educated workers is staying fairly stable, but the amount is increasing, so we're keeping up with our population growth. So eventually, we should catch up with the highly educated. I guess we'll check the color of this house once it's not dark anymore. Kinda hard to see right now. Got a tiny room for highly educated workers still. But I think the population here is slowly emptying out. The ones with basic education. Oil price increasing, not an issue for us, thankfully. Run through all the crops right now. Made 35 tons of food, including some deliveries. The distillery would now also be ready for construction. And since you're not doing anything right now, I guess you're gonna send all your workers to the construction site for the distillery instead. Build that one up. Because there's no crops here right now, so you're not making anything, so we can use you for construction work, I guess. There's the veterinary. I'll need steel, boards, and fabric. I'll reuse some of our construction vehicles for this to save a little bit of money. I should really use a distribution office for this. Steel, boards, and fabric is going to be handled by someone else. 10% is fine. And you can help with the fabric delivery here. And I guess also some crops, sure, 10%. And we'll bring some of the covered hull carriages into there to help with the vehicle repairs for further away vehicles, which is going to be pretty much everyone, since I have built no distribution offices around this, and everyone's elsewhere, I guess. Fire station for the incinerator is up. So any worker delivery now can build anything else up. We'll start with the water, sewage, electricity. I mean, we'll allow 5 workers everywhere, I guess. It's fine. You can split up the workers however it wants. Why are you waiting? Why are you turning around? I see. Sure. I guess you can help with the incinerator directly. If you want to. So in the future there will be a distribution office in this area, moving alcohol to the local warehouse. Or we might do a direct route to the warehouse, and then from the warehouse it can get distributed. Any research going on? No, I have not enough highly educated workers to do any research right now. Still struggling with the amount of highly educated workers we have. We need to increase that amount up to 25% first before I would consider doing any research. And the first tech would be distribution offices. Second one, probably secret police. And then we can restart the loyalty program. Hopefully with enough money at that point. But yeah, vehicle repairs here should start fairly soon. They don't need a lot. We'll slowly bring down the time when repairs start. Start with 40. Then we'll go down to 30 and then 20. I think. How many resources do you need to get repaired right now? That's still very little, and only 2 work days. Feels like it's repairing very slowly comparatively though. Okay, we'll have to wait until the boards are here, and then it should work. Yeah, the barrack-style settlement houses I usually don't build, but I kind of like this ladder setup, I guess, where it's not like super parallel, but it's like slightly staggered. And it kind of matches with the train tracks, even though it doesn't line up perfectly. At least the houses are lined up. Okay, did I hit the color? I think I did. Not quite. I guess it's the closest one. No, it's the same one. It's fine. I was looking at this. It's slightly different, but matches well enough. Loyalty down to 36. I think we need more monuments. Probably. Some people not getting what they want, or being like victims of crime and having a pretty big loyalty drop might be an issue. I'll have to start working on the police station, courthouse, and prison. Courthouse probably also needs its footpath upgraded, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I think we're going to put a cut in here. We got the veterinary up. Once it gets boards delivered, which should be on its way, we'll start repairing all the horse carriages correctly. They're currently waiting on a couple boards. And yeah, that should be fine. Next time we'll slowly reduce the amount of wear needed for the repairs. We'll get the incinerator set up, start rail construction. We'll keep bringing workers to the area continuously because it should not burn down, hopefully. It must not burn down. And this will be our money maker, I guess, together with the distillery. We'll see how much money we can make with that. Clothing production is still an option, which we can set up behind this whole setup, out this way somewhere. And then if we build this way, then we can also hook up a train track into that line so it can reach the depot from both sides as well. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hopefully next time we can pay back the loan, we'll see. And yeah, don't expect workers and resources the next 3 days. It might happen, but I can't guarantee it. But I might also play some more Cairn. Not sure. Who can I raid? Who can we raid? No. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy is streaming again. Let's go over to Jimmy, I guess. Surprise raid. I'm going to tell him to turn off the grid though, because that is very hard on the eyes. We've raided Jimmy before. Also playing workers and resources. I think that's a new run that he's setting up. 1934 looks like early start now. Very cool. We'll see how it goes. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.